Chapter 95, An Apple from a Different Branch. Highgarden, 296 AC. Garlan stood with his two brothers, a wave of happiness washing over him. His father looked on proudly as they welcomed Leonette's family to the keep. First came her parents, followed by her uncle, Ser John Fossaway, and his aunt, Janna. Lady Jane and Ser Gunthor, his uncle, rounded out the group. Garlan knew his father was a bit miffed that the wedding wasn't grander. He had hoped for a celebration that would bring the entire realm together. But Garlan was content with the company they had. As he glanced at Margaery, he couldn't help but feel a pang of longing for someone who wasn't there. A few weeks earlier, when Jon had arrived, he noticed how much better his sister seemed. Later, Willis had shared the reason behind her newfound joy, and Garlan had chuckled at the thought of how their grandmother would react, married beneath a tree, in stark contrast to the grandeur of his own wedding. It seemed like a good alternative to him. But he would never deny Leonette the wedding she deserved. She had brought him more happiness than he had ever imagined, and it was his responsibility to ensure her happiness in return. Once everyone had made their introductions and Garlan was informed that no one else would be arriving for a while, he decided to do what he often did to unwind. He headed to the sparring yard, with Loras eager to join him. "A spar, brother? Shouldn't you change?" Loras asked. "By the 7, Loras, it's bad enough I hear that from grandmother." "You too?" Garlan replied with a laugh. "I wouldn't want to mark your beautiful clothes, brother," Loras said with a grin that Garlan was all too eager to knock off his face. The sparring match turned out to be easier than it should have been. Whether it was Loras' reluctance to damage his clothes or Garlan's own lingering frustration from previous bouts, he couldn't quite tell. Nevertheless, Loras took the loss in good spirits, even bringing Garlan a mug of water to drink afterward. "You were a demon," Loras said, chuckling. "Out there, brother," Loras said as they settled in with their drinks. "I had to be." "You and your friends are far too good," Garlan replied. "You sparred against Jon when he was here?" Loras asked. "No," Garlan said, turning to make sure no one was nearby. "Ser Arthur," he added, a smile spreading across his face as he recalled it. A few weeks earlier, Jon had spent his time with Margaery, Sansa, or even their grandmother, which Garlan could understand. He had hoped for a spar, longing to avenge the loss he suffered during the tournament. To say Jon had improved was an understatement. Garlan had thought he had the upper hand at one point, only to find himself yielding, looking up in surprise at the sword pointed at his neck. They had sparred far from everyone else, prompting Garlan to ask Jon why he hadn't faced him in public. "You know why, Ser Garlan," Jon replied, as formal as ever. "You don't want them to know just how good you truly are. It's one thing to win tournaments against people my own age. If I were to beat someone of your renown, people would talk. I don't wish for them to speak too much, not yet. Well, one day I'll be able to tell people I fought against the king. I'll want a rematch, Jon, next time you're here." "Then you shall have it, Ser," Jon said with a smirk as he glanced at Ser Demon. Now felt like the right time for that rematch. Seeing Jon and Ser Demon, Garlan asked for the spar. He watched as Jon looked at the knight, and together they made their way to the sparring yard. Jon grabbed two swords, handing one to Garlan and the other to Ser Demon. "Jon," Garlan called out. "Follow me, Ser Garlan." "Consider this a gift for your wedding," Jon said, a cocky grin on his face that Garlan was eager to wipe away. They walked through the gardens, deep into the greenery, until they reached one of the enclosed areas. Garlan glanced at the helmed knight and saw Jon nod. Taking up his stance, Garlan readied himself for the spar. Ser Demon, however, remained still, simply waiting for the right moment. "Best of 3, Ser Garlan?" Jon asked, giving him a nod. Garlan nodded back, a bit nervously. He hadn't seen Ser Demon fight, and he was unsure of how skilled the knight was with a blade. Facing the unknown was far more daunting than battling someone he had experience against. Despite the public nature of his own sparring in Highgarden, a situation he couldn't escape no matter how hard he tried, he never competed in tournaments. Like Jon, Garlan was keeping his own skills under wraps. The blade moved swiftly, and he barely managed to dodge the first strike. The second blow came even faster, and before he knew it, he was on the defensive, retreating just to stay in the fight. By the time the fourth and fifth blows came, he realized he was outmatched. Jon was quick, and Ser Demon was equally impressive, but no one he had faced before possessed such flawless technique. He parried 2 more strikes, but then he was caught off guard by a trip and yielded before he could regain his footing. Again, he said, determination in his voice. The second round was even quicker. Garlan found himself unable to keep up or predict where the next blows would come from. A feint, a thrust, a sweep, one after another, each successful. Before he knew it, he was yielding again, the sword pointed at his neck while his own lay abandoned in the grass. He glanced at Jon, relieved to see him not smiling. He wasn't sure he could handle that after such a defeat. How Jon could consider this a gift was beyond him. Being soundly defeated didn't feel like a present at all. "You don't seem happy, Ser Garlan," Jon remarked. "How is this a present, Jon?" Garlan replied, annoyance creeping into his voice. "Oh, that's not your present. The lessons for the rest of the day are," Jon said with a smirk. "Lessons?" Garlan echoed, confused. "Ser Demon, your helm," Jon instructed, still grinning. "Your grace," Ser Demon responded, removing his full helm. Garlan could now see the knight's dark hair and striking violet eyes clearly. He looked from Ser Demon to Jon and then back to the knight, trying to process what was happening. Garlan sensed he was missing something, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. "Ser Garlan, may I present Ser Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning," Jon announced. Garlan gasped. "Jon?" he asked, searching his friend's face for any hint that this was a joke. "I'll stay indoors as agreed, Arthur." "Garlan, enjoy," Jon said as he walked away. "Shall we, Ser?" Ser Arthur asked, and Garlan nearly stumbled as he hurried to grab his sword. Now, he was lost in the memory of that day. It had been one of the best days of his life. He and Ser Arthur had sparred for hours, followed by just as much time talking. By the time they went inside, night had fallen, and he felt both exhausted and annoyed at his weariness, wanting nothing more than to continue. "Garlan. Garlan." "Huh? What?" he said, turning to see Loras standing beside him. "I asked what it was like to face him." "I envy you, brother. You get to do that all the time." "I really envy you," Garlan replied, standing up and giving his brother a friendly slap on the back. "Come on, grandmother will want to check every thread on our clothing to make sure we haven't messed anything up," he joked as they walked into the keep. 3 days later, he woke up early. His mother came in first to wish him well, followed by his grandmother, and finally his father. They all told him how proud they were of him and how happy they felt about his upcoming day. As he was helped into his clothing, and later when Willis and Loras arrived to walk with him to the September, he felt content, happy, but mostly eager. From the moment he had met her, she had been all he truly wanted. From today onward, she would be his, and he would be hers, today, tomorrow, always. Casterly Rock, 296 AC, Jaehaerys Targaryen. It felt good to be back and to spend time with Lygaron, as well as Rhaenys, who had missed her brother. The dragon was not the only one he missed. Ghost had come out to the cave the night he returned. The white wolf curled up beside him, refusing to take its eyes off him ever since his return. As for the people, Jaime felt a wave of happiness seeing them well. Jon had to resist the urge to hug him the moment they met, only the presence of others held him back. He spent time with Daisy and Joanna, noting how much the little girl had grown during his absence. One downside to his time away became evident upon his return. Joy had traveled to Castamere with her ladies, as Jenna had begun to call her foster friends. Jon had looked forward to riding with her. Winter, when he took her out for a ride, seemed to share his sentiment, looking at him as if to say, "Where's our racing partner?" "That's better, Satin, but hold the damn thing up more, or you'll end up on your backside," Bronn advised, demonstrating his point by stepping inside Satin's guard and simply pushing him over. "Has he been like that since I left?" Jon asked, turning to Brienne. "I think he was born that way, Jon," Brienne replied, and he chuckled. "Well, shall we?" he asked, and she nodded. They lined up to face each other. After sparring for a bit, he spent some time with Melisandre. The new eggs hadn't impressed her as much as he had anticipated, nor had the crown. Instead, it was the pendant that captivated her. She claimed it was magical, resonating with power, and almost as soon as she said that, Jon felt it too. He wondered if he had overlooked it before, caught up in the allure of the eggs and the crown. Could it be that he hadn't noticed it, or perhaps it hadn't been there at all? When he put the pendant on, it seemed to fit him perfectly, hanging just right, so he decided to leave it there. He asked Melisandre to keep it to herself for the time being, but if anything strange began to happen or if she noticed something different about him, she was to act immediately. So far, his encounters with magic had been mostly positive, but the law of averages suggested that wouldn't always be the case. "I saw a vision in the flames, my prince. 2 of my order have been sent out into the world, and 1 is heading this way," Melisandre said as they sat together. "Who?" Jon asked. "Kinvara, the Flame of Truth. She's the one who sent Arthur on his missions?" "She is, my prince," Melisandre confirmed. Jon nodded in understanding. While Melisandre may not have cared about the eggs or the crown, Jaime and Tyrion certainly did. Both were eager to see them, and it came as no surprise that they were interested in different things. Tyrion was fascinated to learn there were more eggs, especially when Jon explained that they wouldn't hatch anytime soon. He laughed when Jon mentioned that the eggs were likely for his children. "Planning that far ahead, are you, nephew?" Tyrion chuckled as they sat in his solar. Marge, and I, we're married, uncle," Jon said nervously. "I thought you said you only stayed 2 days at Highgarden?" Jaime asked, holding the Conqueror's crown in his hands. "We did, my lord, but we were married before that," Jon replied, still anxious. It took him some time to explain, and he could see that neither of them was particularly happy with him, each for different reasons. Tyrion was calculating the political ramifications of Jon's actions, while Jaime seemed more disappointed that Jon hadn't confided in him. Jon knew he needed to speak with Jaime later about it, and he realized that doing so would likely lead to other topics he'd been keeping buried. Their relationship had evolved over time, shifting from knight and squire to Kingsguard and king, from hand to father. He had known it for some time, but after flying away, he truly felt it. This was his father by choice, and looking at Jaime, he could see he had hurt him by not sharing the news about the wedding. Jaime hid his feelings well, though, and they instead focused on other matters, the letters Jon had received during his absence and the crown itself. "This is a boon, Jon, a great one," Jaime said, holding up the crown. "I know, my lord. For my family, that crown," Jon said, "it's a symbol. Having it will mean a lot to those who have always supported us." Jaime nodded in agreement. "I read your letters, Jon," Tyrion said with a smirk as he handed Jon the open correspondence. "This is my life now, no privacy," Jon replied with an exaggerated sigh, prompting both of them to laugh. "Indeed, get used to it, your grace," Jaime added, a hint of bite in his tone. "So, is there anything I need to know?" Jon asked, glancing down at the first letter. "Where to begin?" Jaime said, looking to Tyrion for guidance. "Before we get into the letters, there are a couple of things I think you should know," Tyrion said. Jon nodded for him to continue. Our caravans in Essos were attacked. Mopatis and Arryn ordered it, and we lost some men, Jon. How many? Jon asked, bracing himself. Almost 50, Tyrion replied. Jon looked at him, making sure he had heard correctly. What are we doing about it? He asked, hoping they had already taken action. Kevin has gone to Myr to hire the Company of the Rose. They'll deal with the men responsible. As for Mopatis and Arryn, Arryn will get his at the right time, but Mopatis has crossed the line. We should take action against him, Tyrion said, and both brothers nodded in agreement. Indeed, he's well protected, though, Jon. It may be difficult, Jaime cautioned. We'll speak to Richard, my lord, Jon said, and Jaime seemed to accept that. Which brings me to another thing. Princess Arianne, Tyrion continued, looking at Jon as if he might object. I told her, I wish to wed her. That's great news, uncle. You're happy? She makes you happy? Jon asked, genuinely pleased. She does, Tyrion said, smiling broadly. Then perhaps a visit to Dorne is needed, Jon suggested, noticing Tyrion's smile grow even wider. I had planned to go, Tyrion admitted, and Jon chuckled, fully aware of how his uncle felt. I won't be going anywhere for some time. Time is running out, so as soon as you feel ready, you should go, uncle, Jon said. The letters, Jaime replied, smirking at the thought. It was a clear sign of how much Jaime had changed that he was so focused on work. The letters contained some intriguing news. Domeric Bolton was on his way to the Rock, and he wouldn't be alone. If Melisandre was correct, Kinvara would be coming too, and they wouldn't be the only red priests in the west. Lord Beric had confirmed that he and Thoros of Myr would also be leaving the Stormlands to join them. We'll be very busy indeed, Tyrion remarked, but Jon tried to convince him that he wouldn't need to be there for all of them. In the end, they nearly agreed to disagree. If there was anything that would require Tyrion's presence at the Rock, it was more likely to involve Lygaron than any visitor. The time was drawing near, and even Jon's uncle could sense it. Jon promised to be with him when he took his first ride. After speaking with Sarella and learning that their cousin adored Tyrion, he noticed that Lygaron was growing more excited about something. Jon headed out to the dragons. Is he ready, Ray? He asked his sister, just as he heard the almost petulant voice of his son in his ear. I'm ready, father. Please, it's time, can we? Lygaron urged. Tomorrow night, my son, Jon replied, feeling the joy resonate from the dragon. Unfortunately, the excitement was short-lived. The rain fell far too heavily the next night and the night after, making it impossible for Tyrion to take his first flight. It ended up being 3 days later when they finally managed it. He and his uncle waited alone on the beach, anticipating the darkness to fall. When the night sky finally cleared, Jon could feel Tyrion's nervousness, but there was also excitement, especially when the dragons emerged from the cave. Are you ready, uncle? Jon asked. I think so, Tyrion replied. You know the words? Jon pressed. Valyrian? Tyrion asked. Valyrian, Jon confirmed. They nodded in agreement and climbed onto the dragons. Jon glanced over to see Tyrion settling in comfortably. Once Tyrion was ready, Jon waited for him to recite the words that would guide their flight. Suvgan Lygaron, Tyrion said, and Jon could see the joy lighting up his uncle's face, as well as his own son's excitement as they soared into the sky. Mazagan Rova Mandia, Isai Island Jair Najad Ivastraji Zairi Emagon Mur Se Kirims, Tyrion added, his voice filled with exhilaration. Come, big sister, are we going to let them have all the fun? With that, they took off, following the others into the open air. Meanwhile, in White Harbor in the year 296 AC, Sir Richard Lonmouth found that getting the men to this location had taken far longer than expected. The letters had to travel a great distance, and then the men had to make their own journey, making it a more significant undertaking than he had anticipated. However, Richard didn't mind his time spent in White Harbor. Though his whispers might take a while to reach their destination, they eventually would, and Lord Wyman was a gracious host. Wyman even offered some of his own men when the time came, and Richard gladly accepted. Once he shared his plans, Wyman was eager to lend his expertise. Wyman was in high spirits. With Kevin away in Essos, he had postponed his trip to Lannisport, but he planned to travel as soon as the Lord returned. The betrothal between Winifred and Robb Stark was a clear sign of their rising fortunes. Richard thought it fitting that his blood would sit in Winterfell for generations to come, and soon he would also be tied to the king by blood. He believed Wyman deserved such honors, a loyal house to both the Starks and now the Targaryens, a good man and true, as Barristan would say. As Richard walked through the streets of White Harbor toward Moreo's house, he felt eager to get to work, to see this mission completed, and then head west to meet his king once more, to witness the grandeur of the dragons. He had grown accustomed to seeing his king on his back. "Letters, sire." "A number of them," Moreo said as he entered the house. "How many?" he asked. "A few, sire," Moreo replied. He nodded and requested some wine before heading upstairs to take a seat at the table. The letters came from far and wide, and a smirk crossed his face as he looked at the sealed lips on them. As he opened the letters and began to read, he found only one or two things surprising. Most were confirmations of what he already knew, but some intrigued him greatly. From the west, he learned that a stunted lion had been caught in a snake's embrace, with both remaining unharmed by the experience. In the Reach, a white wolf arrived unexpectedly and left a few days later, as the Roses prepared to celebrate and welcome apples from a different branch. The north had news of a quiet wolf that had begun to roar. No longer content with simply putting a fish back into the river, it sought to bring an axe to bear. A tavern had caught the attention of a rabid dog, and the owner's daughter needed to beware. From Dragonstone, he read about a mangy cat that learned no lessons and had felt the brush of a stag's antlers more than once. An onion brought tears to its eyes each time it tried to bite. In King's Landing, a cat purred in a spiral's embrace while a falcon fumed and decried the faith. Meanwhile, a cheesemonger's men remained ever alert, with more arriving to keep the fat man safe. The other letters were just confirmations, and he paid them no mind. However, the tavern news sparked an idea. After speaking with Moreo, he discovered the tavern was on Hornwood land and not Bolton land. He left Moreo with instructions to welcome the men and send them to him. Eager to discuss his plans with Lord Wyman, he made his way to the new castle. He knew he needed to act quickly, arrange everything, and keep the girls safe until his men arrived. This would be his best chance, as all other plans required much greater risk. Upon arriving at the new castle, he found Wyman and Wylis waiting for him. As Richard entered the court, he nodded to those present before taking a seat. Soon, Wyman excused himself, allowing Wylis to continue. Richard followed the Lord to his solar, Wyman eager to understand what had prompted Richard's return, especially since he had mentioned he would be gone for at least a day. "Has something happened, Richard?" Wyman asked, concern evident in his voice. "Nothing out of the ordinary. Well, aside from confirming that our king has indeed been flying his dragon all over the realm," Richard chuckled. "A sight to see, Richard," Wyman replied. "Indeed." "Wyman, I need at least 6 men, and a few good ones, to bring my men to me when they arrive," Richard said. "You're not waiting for them?" Wyman inquired. "I can't. There's a chance to act now. If I wait, not only might he get away, but another girl could suffer. I'll have them ready. I'll send you my best, Richard." "Where?" Wyman asked. "A tavern in the village near Hornwood," Richard replied. "Ricard's girl." "By the gods, stop him, Richard. Put him down." Wyman exclaimed, surprised yet unsurprised that he knew both the tavern and its keeper. "I will. We leave as soon as we can, Wyman." Richard watched as the Lord stood and called to his guard, instructing him to organize the men and have them dressed in their armor. Within an hour, they were on the road, riding hard. The week's journey had taken its toll on them and their horses. However, Richard felt relieved when he arrived to find the girl unharmed. The tavern was not as busy as it had been in the past, and Richard's group nearly doubled its customer count. The girl was no more than 12 or 13, a pretty young redhead with small spots on her face that only made her appear younger. After speaking with the tavern owner, who Richard now knew was the girl's father, he took all the available rooms and ordered food and drink for his men. The young girl was happy to serve, especially when he handed her a few extra coppers. "Ricard, I have a proposition for you," Richard said. A few days into his stay, Richard approached the man cautiously. "Aye, and what be that?" the man asked, eyeing him warily. "There's a man who comes by, usually with some others, I believe. He seems far too interested in Sarah. Do you know the man I speak of?" "Aye, I know him. He offered me a silver stag for my daughter's maidenhead. I threw him and his friend out, but they keep coming by, along with some of the Bolton men," Ricard replied, now looking at Richard with increased curiosity. "This man has done terrible things, Ricard. To girls and women, awful things. I believe he wishes to do the same to Sarah." "He'll not lay a hand on my girl," Ricard said, standing up defiantly. "No, he won't." "I'll see to that," Richard assured him, then turned to Ricard. "So, what was it you called it?" "A proposition, Richard," he replied as he began to lay out his plans. It took another week and a half for Richard's men to arrive, and Ricard made more coin from them than he had in many years. A week later, the Bolton men arrived. They were an unsightly bunch, the dregs of Lord Bolton's guards, foul in both smell and demeanor. When Ramsay arrived, Richard watched through the hole in the wall that Ricard had allowed him to make. He had been at the Dreadfort not too long ago, and being seen here could raise questions, and worse, Ramsay's suspicions. It didn't take long for Richard to notice how eager Ramsay was to get close to Sarah. Though he didn't manhandle her, he stared longingly, licking his large lips every so often. They left without incident that night, but Richard felt uneasy, something was off, and he realized he had missed something. As he passed Sarah's room, a foul stench hit him, overpowering and unmistakable. The girl rushed to the door, exclaiming, "Sorry, Sarah. The smell, gods, the smell." As she hurried past him, Richard understood what he had overlooked. The noises coming from the room and the smell growing closer confirmed his fears. Waited with his knife ready, but the door never opened. The noises gradually subsided, and when he finally decided to open it himself, the man was gone. An hour later that night, one of his men informed him that they had ridden off and taken a girl with them. He quickly ordered his men to mount up and began the chase, relieved that he had stationed some men on the road just in case. The first of their men they found was dead, and the second was missing. Both he and his men were disturbed by this. They followed the trail for hours but never came close to discovering where the riders had gone. As the sun rose the next morning, he felt like a fool. He should have ambushed them when they first arrived. That had been his initial plan, to fill the tavern with his men and eliminate them all, the Boltons, Reek, Ramsay, everyone who entered. "Sir, Carl," one of his men called, pointing into the distance. Carl was walking toward them. They mounted and rode to him, relieved to find him unharmed. After he doubled up on one of the horses, Carl led them to a small cabin in the woods, the sounds of barking dogs and a girl's screams guiding them there. Richard instructed his men to surround the cabin, then gave the order to attack. The dogs' barks would have given their presence away if not for the girl's piercing screams. Bursting through the door, they found the Bolton men sitting and drinking inside. The intruders barely had time to grab their weapons before Richard's men descended upon them, striking faster than the Bolton men could react. As they opened a door to the back, Richard glanced out the window and spotted a figure darting into the woods. Leaving the fight behind, he sprinted to his horse, grabbed the Myrish crossbow, and quickly pursued the fleeing figure. He saw the man duck behind a tree trunk and instinctively rolled to avoid an arrow that whizzed past him. Aiming the crossbow, he took his shot, and this time he was far more successful, the pained screams confirming his hit. He reloaded and moved cautiously forward, zigzagging between the trees just in case, though it soon became clear that there was no need for such caution. He pressed on. Richard found Ramsay leaning against a tree, a bolt protruding from his chest, blood pooling between his fingers. "Who are you?" Ramsay asked, looking up at him. "Sir, the girl's safe. We got the rest of them." Richard heard a voice behind him. "Even the foul-smelling one?" Ramsay inquired without turning. "Aye, him too." "Good. I'll deal with this one," Richard said as he fired the bolt. Even with 2 bolts in him, it took Ramsay a while to die. The second bolt had struck him in the throat, and he gurgled his last breath after a few agonizing moments. Afterward, Richard ordered his men to drag the body back to the cabin, the hounds barking louder as they did. He nodded to them and walked inside to survey the carnage, eager to escape the grisly task awaiting him with the animals. Once it was done, they too were dragged inside. He noticed the girl spit on Ramsay's body before he stepped out of the house. The flames caught quickly. He released the panicked horses, watching them flee into the night. Inside, the bodies were laid out as if they were simply sitting and drinking, their coins and possessions scattered around them. The stench forced the girl and some of his men to empty their stomachs, but Richard was no stranger to the smell of burned flesh. When the grim task was complete, he entered the ruined cabin, checking the bodies and ensuring no trace of his presence remained. To any outsider, it would appear as though a fire had claimed them all during a drunken night, the melted mugs and bottles on the table attesting to that. "Come, we're done here. Let's take this girl home and then be off," he said as they mounted their horses. The girl lived with her mother and younger brother in a small household with little coin. After informing Ricard that their mission was complete, Richard knew the tale Ricard would tell if asked. He made the family an offer: they could accompany him back to White Harbor, where he would see them set up in Lord Wyman's service, or he could help them find a place in the south. That they chose the north didn't surprise him at all. A few weeks later, Richard found himself saying goodbye to Wyman. Roose might still pose a problem, but for that, he would need his king's permission, which he didn't have yet. As the ship departed White Harbor, heading toward King's Landing, he felt a sense of relief. However, that night in his cabin, his dreams were haunted by the scent of burning flesh, still vivid in his mind. It was the image of a man reaching for a sword that jolted him awake, the muffled sounds of his voice trapped by the rope around his neck. The fire raging beside the man was far less horrific than the look on Brandon Stark's face. Richard barely made it to the bucket before he threw up, desperately grabbing a mug of ale and downing it quickly, only to empty his stomach once more. In Winterfell, 296 AC, Ned noticed how much quieter things were with the children gone. He had even considered fostering some children himself and had spoken to Elle about it, though she wasn't on board for now. He understood her hesitation. They were waiting for replies to the letters he had sent, stuck in a sort of holding pattern. For Ned, it felt like being on the brink of a great battle. All the preparations had been made, the terrain assessed, the tactics decided, yet they were left to wait. In almost every aspect of their daily lives, it was clear that Elle was the Lady of Winterfell. She managed the household, and having her by his side was a tremendous support. Not only did it allow him to focus on other matters, but he also had someone to confide in and bounce ideas off. It was Elle who had suggested they hire someone to teach the children in Wintertown to read and write. This initiative had been well received in the ever-growing town, particularly among the newcomers from King's Landing. With Richard's and Wyman's assistance, they had extended an invitation to the people of Flea Bottom, offering them a chance to come and live in the north. Work, food, and a better life, just as John had said, proved to be a compelling incentive. So far, they had sent 2 ships to collect people. Ned was riding back to Winterfell after helping to settle in the second group. You think they'll be able to manage the winter, my lord? Ser Roderick asked as they rode through the gates. I think so. Did you see how they reacted to the home? Ned replied. I did. Knowing they'd only be staying for a while before being moved to homes of their own. And the food. Gods, what young John said about the conditions up there. I wouldn't have believed it unless I'd seen it myself. Feeding them now is easy, but we need to be able to rely on ourselves more. We need more of everything, though, Ser Roderick said as he dismounted. Glass gardens, my lord? Them and other things. As he walked through the courtyard, he spotted her. She was walking with Beth Castle and Jane Poole, both girls now her students since Arya was gone. As he watched them head toward the glass gardens, Harwin approached, looking for him. My lord, Maester Luwin wished to speak to you, Harwin said. Is he in his room? He is, my lord. Thanks, Harwin. I'll go to him. You can carry on with your duties. My lord, Harwin replied as he walked away. As Ned made his way to the Maester's rooms, he continued to think about the food situation. Buying it in and adding it to what they had was both a long-term and short-term solution, but they needed to be more self-reliant. John had made a suggestion about the glass gardens, but in his preoccupation, Ned had forgotten the details. He wondered if Luwin knew more about it. Lord Stark, I was looking for you, Luwin said, meeting him halfway to his room. Harwin mentioned it. Let's speak inside, Ned said, motioning toward the stairs behind the Maester. Of course, my lord, Luwin replied as they turned. He seemed about to say more, but Ned spoke first. Luwin. Did John ever speak to you about the glass gardens? He had some plan to make them cost less, Ned asked. He did. He suggested that instead of using the glass itself, we should consult the masters of the apprentice glassblowers and glaziers of Myr and buy from them, Luwin replied. Ned, shocked, interrupted, slaves? He wanted us to buy slaves. And once we did, we would offer them their freedom and set them up here as craftsmen. Then we could use the ice to import sand from Dorne, creating a barter system, Luwin explained. Ned looked at him, surprised. He had barely remembered the earlier part of the conversation. Could that work, Luwin? It could, my lord. Apart from the initial outlay to buy the men from their masters and the transport costs, once they were here and had trained more of our own, it would cut down the cost significantly. How much? Down to a quarter at worst, maybe even better, my lord. I'll write to Wyman. He knows more about Essos than I do. Very good, my lord. There are some letters for you from King's Landing and Riverrun, Luwin said, handing him the letters. Thank you, Maester. My lord, Luwin said as Ned got up to leave the room. Despite his desire to read the letters immediately, he waited until he reached his solar before opening them. The letter from the High Septon was no surprise. The man had rejected his request. Robert's response was expected as well, with his former friend joking that he had his blessing, even if he couldn't give it to him legally. But it was Kat's letter that left him shaking his head. He had never expected her to write such a message. Ned, while it pains me that it has come to this, I cannot fault your words. Despite my own hopes, it's clear that our marriage is over. I will write to the High Septon myself to add my agreement to your request to dissolve our marriage. Knowing our children remain in their rightful position means more to me than holding on to what we once had. I wish you well. I cannot, not at this time. I hope you understand, but I am trying, Ned. Kat's words echoed in his mind. He could hardly believe it. She was almost giving him permission to pursue what he had secretly wished for. His thoughts raced 1,000,000 miles a minute. The children, he needed to tell them. Robb, Sansa, Arya, Bran. They had to know what he was about to do. He stood up and walked out of his room, so eager to speak to Elle that he forgot to put on his cloak. The cold didn't bother him as he made his way to the glass gardens. It was only when he reached them and heard the laughter of the girls inside that he remembered Elle wasn't alone. Still, he walked in and saw them sitting there, Elle reading from a book, while Beth and Jane giggled at her. When Elle noticed him and saw the look on his face, she asked the girls to leave. Ned was grateful for her request, and though the girls were disappointed, neither raised a fuss. "Ned?" she asked as he moved closer. The kiss he gave her silenced her for the moment. "Marry me," he said. She looked at him, her eyes filled with hope yet questioning. Marry me. I've received the letters back, not that they matter, but apart from Caitlyn's, they are what I expected. Marry me, Elle, here in Winterfell, in front of our gods. Be my wife." I'll marry you," she said, smiling. His heart soared as he kissed her again. Highgarden, 296 AC, Sansa felt the excitement build as the wedding day drew closer. Balls, feasts, tourneys, she loved them all. She had attended 2 weddings in her life, and they had been the best days so far. As she and Margaery were at their final fitting for their dresses, while Meera and Margaery's cousins had faced theirs the day before, Sansa looked at her friend. She saw the smile on Margaery's face, a smile that had grown even brighter since her brother's visit. Unexpectedly, after Jon's arrival, Margaery's spirits lifted, and Sansa felt a wave of relief for her friend. She had also enjoyed Jon's visit, cherishing the time they spent together, even if he was preoccupied with his wife. Not that Sansa would begrudge him that. Still, she couldn't help but argue with him about the wedding. "What were you thinking, Jon?" she asked as they sat in her room. "Sansa," he replied, confused. "The wedding, Jon. How could you have a wedding without me? Margaery is my best friend, and you're my brother. You never told me, never invited me," she said, clearly miffed. "It was something I just thought of, something I needed to do without anyone talking me out of it," he explained. "You think I'd have talked you out of it?" she frowned at him. "No, but telling you, Sansa. It's one thing for me to keep it secret or even from Margaery. Walder and Jors are sworn to me, and they'll keep my secrets. I wouldn't want you to lie for me, Sansa, not if I could help it," he said earnestly. "But I wish to be there, Jon," she said sadly. "And you will. Do you think I wouldn't give you the chance to wear your prettiest dress and dance with all those brave knights who would undoubtedly ask you?" he said, making her blush. "This wedding is for me, Sansa, for me and Margaery. I know I'll have to marry her publicly, and I will. You may even get to help plan it." "Really?" she asked, her eyes lighting up. "Really, little sister," he confirmed, and she hugged him tightly. She took comfort in his words, and she and Margaery even spoke about the wedding, making and discarding plans for what the more public ceremony would look like. Even though Garlan and Leonette's wedding was being organized by Lady Allery and Lady Florence, she, Margaery, and Leonette had made suggestions, including ideas for the dresses. After the fitting, they made their way back to Highgarden, where they saw the rooms being prepared. The wedding would be here soon. The next day arrived, and Sansa could hardly contain her excitement. Sleep had eluded her the night before as her mind raced with thoughts of the ceremony in the September and the dancing to come. But then a wave of sadness washed over her. While she would have the chance to dance with gallant and brave knights, she wouldn't be able to dance with the one she truly wished to. With that bittersweet thought lingering in her mind, she finally drifted off to sleep. "Sansa, wake up. You should be up by now," Meera said, shaking her gently. "What? It's still night." "Leave me be," Sansa mumbled sleepily, only to be met with giggles filling the room. "Sansa, it's past noon. The wedding is taking place within the hour," Margaery chimed in. Startled, Sansa practically jumped out of bed, nearly tripping over her nightdress as she looked around in a panic, only to hear the laughter from Margaery and the others. "What? It's not funny. Wait, why aren't you all dressed? She asked, realizing they had played a prank on her. Sorry, but it was the only way to wake you. The maids will be in to run you a bath before you break your fast. We have a long day ahead, Sansa. You need to get ready, Margaery said as she and the others exited the room. Sansa glared at them for a moment but then burst into laughter, reaching down to Fawn, her wolf, who seemed just as excited for the day ahead. After she bathed and had her meal, they all changed into their wedding attire before heading to the September. As she arrived, Sansa spotted Garlan standing at the front with Loras and Willis. All three brothers looked handsome, and even Willis, with his cane, seemed perfectly at ease. When Leonette joined Garland's side, Sansa wasn't the only one who admired her dress and hair. She looked stunning and, more importantly, truly happy. The ceremony itself passed in a blur for Sansa, but she couldn't help but notice the proud and joyful smiles on the faces of the Tyrell family. Lord Mace and Lady Allery beamed with delight, while Lady Olenna radiated pride. Loras wore the same look of happiness as his family, and Sansa felt a mix of emotions as she watched it all unfold. Sansa's grandmother looked on with a dreamy expression. Margaery seemed lost in thought, and Sansa wondered if she was imagining her own wedding. When she glanced at Willis, her heart ached for him. He was genuinely happy for his brother, proud even, but there was a shadow of sadness, a hint of regret in his eyes. Sansa longed to erase that sadness from his face, to lift it from his heart, but she felt powerless to do so. Wasn't it the most wondrous thing you've ever seen? Mira exclaimed with excitement. Truly, Lady Leonette looked so beautiful, and my cousin made the most dashing husband, don't you think so, Eleanor? Mega chimed in. As the dancing began, Sansa watched Garlan and Leonette take the floor first, soon joined by others. She noticed how Margaery danced out of politeness but lacked any real enthusiasm, and Sansa found herself feeling the same way. Her only motivation to dance was courtesy. Spotting Willis walk toward the balcony, she followed him outside. He stood alone, gazing up at the night sky. You should be inside dancing, Sansa, he said, glancing her way as she leaned against the wall beside him. I find I have no wish to. Besides, a girl should get to do what she wants during a wedding, shouldn't she? She replied, meeting his gaze. She should, Willis agreed, returning his eyes to the stars. Jon told me some of their names, Sansa said, pointing to the twinkling lights above. Which are? Willis asked, curious. That one is the Ice Dragon, she said, indicating a cluster of stars. And that one is Ghost, she added, pointing to another. Hearing Willis chuckle, she asked, what? I'm not surprised Jon showed you that one, he said, a smile spreading across his face, which made her giggle in return. Willis continued to share more names with her. Chrome's Lantern, Moonmaid, and the Sword of the Morning were among those that stood out. They lost track of time as they talked, feeling no urge to return inside. Eventually, they made their way back, just as the bedding ceremony was approaching. Sansa and some of the younger girls took part in the festivities. As it was time to leave, Willis kindly walked Sansa back to her room. She bid him good night, uncertain if he would return to the wedding feast or, more likely, head to his own room. As she lay in bed that night, she realized she had enjoyed this wedding even more than the previous two. It wasn't bigger or more elaborate, and although she knew Garlan and Leonette well, it wasn't just that. Smiling as she rolled over to fall asleep, she recognized the reason for her happiness and hoped he had enjoyed the night as much as she had. Casterly Rock, 296 AC, Jaime watched as Jon flew on a dragon. It had been one thing to see it, he felt nervous, excited, and relieved when Jon landed. But now, the prospect of doing the same with his little brother left Jaime unsure of how to feel. It was Jon's next words that had him shaking his head, wondering if this was truly the world he lived in now. You're jesting, right? Jaime asked. No, my lord. Arthur managed it, and Rhaenys had no issues. Perhaps it will be needed in the future, so we may as well do it now while we can, Jon replied. But it's a dragon, Jon, Jaime protested, and both Jon and Tyrion laughed at his expense. I told you he was the stupidest Lannister, Jon, Tyrion said, making them laugh even more. Tyrion, up there. Jaime stammered, shaking his head. Jaime, it's like nothing you've ever imagined. Trust me, you'll love it, and it's safe. As Jon said, he's done it with Arthur, and this is something I'd like to share with you, Tyrion assured him. Jaime nodded in agreement. Later that night, as they stood on the beach, he watched the dragons emerge from their cave, and the nervousness crept back in. Jon reached out and touched him on the shoulder before walking over to speak to Rhaenys. He then led Jaime to the dragon, showing him how to climb up and where to sit. Once he was sure Jaime was secure, Jon looked to Tyrion and nodded before turning back to him. Hold on, my lord, Jon said before speaking in Valyrian, and then they were off into the sky. The sensation of flying was unlike anything Jaime could ever describe. It was a world apart from riding a horse. The sheer power of the dragon beneath them was incomparable. Although they didn't reach full speed or perform any wild maneuvers, Jaime could see just how much a dragon was capable of by watching his brother. While Jon flew straight, Tyrion took sharp turns and dives, soaring fast above and below them. Jaime could almost feel his brother's joy radiating from where he sat. He's showing off for you, Jon remarked, his voice softer than Jaime had expected it to be at such heights. Is it safe? Jaime asked, his nerves creeping back in. Aye, he's come along well. You wish to try that? Jon replied, gesturing toward Tyrion, who was performing an almost perfect loop. No, I'm happy with this, Jaime said, guessing that Jon was smirking ahead of him. As time passed, Jaime grew more accustomed to the flight and encouraged Jon to speed up a little. He was amazed by how much faster Rhaenys was compared to Lygaron. When they finally landed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was glad to be back on solid ground, and while he had enjoyed the experience, he hoped he wouldn't need to fly again anytime soon. Tyrion walked into the cave with the dragons, while Jon and Jaime remained on the beach, gazing out at the water as it ebbed and flowed. After a few moments of silence, Jon broke the quiet. I'm sorry, he said. Sorry for what? Jaime asked, puzzled. The wedding. I should have told you. I wanted you there, I want you to know that. But I got caught up in a dream. A dream? Jaime echoed, intrigued. Good Queen Alysanne and Jaehaerys the Conciliator. You know the story? Some, but wait, they married in secret? Yes. Their advisors tried to stop them, so they wed in secret. I got caught up in it, and I wished. I wanted me and Marge. I'm sorry, Jaime. Jon looked at him earnestly. I'm not mad at you, Jon. I was upset, but I'm not angry. You. Jon stuttered before steadying himself. Jon, he finally said. Did Arthur tell you about Maya? About what I saw and what she told me? He did, Jaime replied. He didn't fully grasp it, but in a way, he understood. In another life, my father would have been Prince Daeron, son of Prince Duncan. In this life, it was Prince Rhaegar, and for a time, it was Ned Stark for me, Jon explained. I know it's hard, Jon, but I'm sure each of them loved you, Jaime said gently. 3 fathers I've seen, Jaime, and none were the father I chose. None of them are you. Jaime gasped. Rhaegar is my father, and I wouldn't change that. He's who my mother loved, and I'm proud to be his son. But you're the father I've known, the father who's raised me, and the father I wish to be like. Jon, Jaime began, feeling Jon's hand reach out to touch his arm. Thank you, father, for everything, Jon said before walking away. Jaime remained there for a while, lost in thought, watching the waves until Tyrion approached him. Jon had gone to spend the night with the dragons, and he and Tyrion walked back to the keep in silence. Whether Tyrion knew what Jon had said and was giving him space, or if his brother was simply quiet, Jaime couldn't tell. They exchanged their goodbyes, and Jaime headed to his room. When he arrived, he found Daisy asleep. Standing in front of the crib, he looked down at Joanna. His daughter was growing fast, and he hoped she would soon be joined by a brother or sister. As he stood there, he realized she already had a brother, just as he already had a son. He smiled when she stirred awake and lifted her from the crib before she could start to cry. "You must have been tired last night," Daisy said the next morning as she dressed. "Why?" Jaime asked, puzzled. "You drifted off with Joanna in your arms." "Gods, I didn't." "Is she hurt?" "Did I hurt her?" "Her?" he asked, worry creeping into his voice. "What?" "No, of course not. I woke up when you were telling her about your dragon ride. You were asleep just a moment before I put her back in the crib and helped you to bed," Daisy replied. "I don't remember any of that," he said with a laugh. "Talking to Joanna, yes, but the rest? Not a thing." "I know. Come on, we have visitors today, don't we?" He nodded, and they made their way to break their fast. Jon wasn't there yet and only arrived shortly after they did. When he and Jon locked eyes, he almost expected some awkwardness, but to his surprise, there was none. They simply nodded at each other and moved on to enjoy their meal. Daisy, Jon, and Jaime, along with Tyrion and a few others, prepared to welcome Lord Beric to Casterly Rock. Beric had arrived the night before but had stayed in Lannisport. Jaime had sent a party of his guards to bring him to the rock that day. Melisandre stood in the courtyard with her 2 guards. She wasn't part of the welcome but rather a presence to show Thoros that she was there. The Red Priest seemed eager to speak to her when he spotted her. Beric looked surprised to see another Red Priest but quickly dismissed her from his mind. The Lord was pleased to be welcomed, especially when Jaime invited him to stay at Casterly Rock for the duration of his visit. "Are you sure about this, Jon?" Jaime asked later that day. Melisandre says that while Beric doesn't follow the Red God, he listens to Thoros. "Thoros seeks answers, my lord, answers I think I can provide. As for Beric, I'll gauge him, and will offer him some trade. I won't go too far." "As you say, Jon. When is Domeric arriving?" "He's to meet the Lion's Tail in Highgarden within the week, so sometime next week." "Did you read Richard's notes?" Jaime inquired. "Aye. If he deals with Ramsay as he says he will, then it's for the best. As for Domeric and Roose, him being a knight might make a difference. I need to get a feel for." "Before we do anything, we need to consider her," Jon said. "Very well, this woman, who is she?" "Kinvara," Jon replied. "Aye, why is she coming?" "I don't know, my lord. All I know is that she helped Arthur and Ashera, and it was her idea for him to gather those things. It must be important." "Aye, it must be. It's almost time, my lord. The dragons are growing, and people may have seen them or will soon. We can't hide them for much longer." "I know. We need to reach out to more people, figure out exactly who we can trust completely, and then make our move," Jaime said. "We will, my lord. Soon. Soon, my king." In King's Landing, 296 AC, Illyrio stood among a dozen warehouses and imants he had received for his deeds in Essos. Jon Arryn was more than pleased with the results. While he could have purchased them, that would have raised far too many questions compared to having the hand of the king gift them to him. In the end, it cost him more coin, but he found it worth the price for what he was about to do. Part of him wished to remain in Essos, to actually travel to Goyen Droh and see the dragon for himself, but he had work to do. He had given the Storm Crows the contract to kill the girl by any means necessary. While he would have preferred the House of Black and White for the job, their price was far too high. The Storm Crows had 500 men, surely that would be enough, he thought. To him, it was simple: Daenerys Targaryen must die. The dragons could fly wild for all he cared. If Aegon had his own, perhaps they would join their brother. 3 dragons would be an incredible boon, but 1 would suffice, as long as Daenerys didn't bring her 2 to bear. John Cunnington was right about one thing: the dragons changed everything dramatically. Magister, we'll reach King's Landing on the morrow, the captain of his guard said, interrupting both his thoughts and his meal. Very good. Is all well? He asked. All is well, the captain replied. Illyrio took a moment before leaving, allowing himself to refocus on his plans. With Daenerys Targaryen no longer a suitable or potential bride, he felt free to explore other options. Malakwo Maegor had a daughter, but the tigers would never travel that far, which left him looking solely to Westeros. The Stark girl held no advantage for him. Her father would support Robert and would never tolerate any schemes against the Stag King. The Vale offered no benefits either, narrowing his choices down to the Tyrell and Martell girls. He believed he could sway Dorne to his side without arranging a marriage. As for House Tyrell, they were both an option and a risk. The possibility of being discovered was far too great at this stage, but he planned to reach out to them at the right moment, make his proposal, and secure Aegon's throne. He finished the rest of his meal and summoned the young girls, eager to satisfy another desire. The following morning, upon arriving in King's Landing, he prepared to head straight to the Red Keep. His gift for the king was sure to be welcomed. He had used one of his other ships, leaving the bountiful harvest to continue its trade, ensuring his arrival went unnoticed. Too many eyes were on him these days. All is secure? He asked the captain, who nodded in response. He climbed into the carriage, and they made their way through the city. At the gate, he had to request that Jon Arryn come personally. He told the guard that he brought a gift that would make the king very happy and asked if he could deliver it to the throne room. The guard eyed him suspiciously, but after a moment, the hand agreed, and Illyrio continued through the keep. He entered an almost full throne room, with Robert and Cersei seated prominently. Your Graces, he said with a wide smile, I have come from Pentos with a gift for you, great king. A gift? Robert asked, his voice and expression lighting up like a young boy on his name day. Something you have sought for. A long time, Your Grace, he said, as his men brought it in. I present to you Viserys Targaryen, Your Grace, my gift to you. With that, his men pulled the hood from Viserys' face. Viserys, Viserys, this is my son, Lord Hand. My name is Aerys Targaryen, and I am your rightful king. You all should be on your knees, bowing to me, Viserys proclaimed, prompting loud laughter from the room. Dragon spawn! Robert shouted, rising from his throne. Illyrio smiled, pleased to see the look on the king's face. Chapter 96, A Dragon Falls. Casterly Rock, 296 AC. Jaehaerys Targaryen watched as Domeric and Beric arrived within days of each other. Because of their timely arrivals, he and Jaime had to nearly force Tyrion to leave. They both insisted there was nothing for him to do here, certainly nothing as important as what awaited him elsewhere. Reluctantly, Tyrion agreed. After spending the night with the dragons, he arranged to depart in a day or so. Beric hadn't come alone. When Thoros saw not only Melisandre but also 2 members of the Fiery Hand, he was stunned. Jae quickly arranged for Melisandre to speak with her fellow Red Priest. The last of Beric's immediate circle was his squire, and Jae cursed himself for forgetting that Edric Dayne was squiring for his future good uncle. With Cregan and Ashera still at Castamere, they were spared some awkward conversations for now. However, they would return to the Rock before Ned left. While Jae longed to see Joy, he wondered how he would handle this situation. Arthur felt confident that his nephew could be trusted to keep matters to himself. He mentioned that they needed to bring Beric on side anyway, something he was currently working hard to achieve as he sparred with the Lord while others looked on. You've gotten better, my lord, Jon said, dodging a quick thrust. I've needed to. I still owe you for my defeat, Jon, Beric replied with a smile, parrying one of Jon's blows. So that's why you came, hoping to gain your revenge, my lord, Jon said, smirking. Seeking it, Jon, not hoping, Beric countered, aiming 2 quick blows at him. While a part of Jon wondered if losing would endear him to Beric or annoy the lord, the competitive spirit ignited within him, spurred on by the presence of his friends. He began to pick up the pace, noticing Beric start to falter. With a riposte as quick as a bolt of lightning, Jon pressed forward. Beric's sigil fluttered in the breeze as Jaehaerys disarmed the lord, accepting his yield a moment later. Beric smiled broadly. I thank you, Jon, for not holding back. Lord Jaime's training has paid off, but I'm not sure he could have ever wished for a better student, Beric said, taking a sip of water. I thank you, my lord. Perhaps we can discuss trade later? Jon suggested, and Beric nodded in agreement. Indeed. Now, go easy on young Ned. Give him some pointers, Jon, he can only benefit from your instruction, Beric said as he settled into a seat. Ned, do you wish to spar? Beric called out to the eager young lad, who nodded enthusiastically. Ned was actually more skilled than Beric, and while Jay didn't exert as much effort against the Lightning Lord, he found himself putting in some work against Ned. Winning wasn't his goal, so halfway through, he paused, much to Ned's chagrin. However, the boy quickly smiled when Jay began offering him pointers. He corrected small parts of Ned's stance, focused on improving his footwork, and advised him to practice with a heavier sword against the dummies. Why, Jon? Ned asked as Jay ruffled his hair, standing in front of a dummy while demonstrating where and how to strike. Do you see my sword? Jay pointed to his thin sparring sword. It's so thin, Ned replied, blushing as Jay nodded back. The boy's natural shyness was something he would need to work on. It is. But when I started, Lord Jaime had me practice with a thicker, heavier one. When I switched to this, my arm was trained to wield and expect more resistance from the heavier blade. What do you think happened when I picked up the lighter one? It made your swing faster. Ned's eyes lit up with understanding. It did. Try it for a while and see if it has the same effect for you, Ned. I will, Jon. Thank you. Can we spar again sometime? Ned asked nervously. We can, Jon replied with a smile. Ned beamed at him, his smile big and bright, reminiscent of their aunt, Jay thought. Domeric was different, sparring was something he did because it was expected. Even lance work and jousting seemed more like obligations than passions for the older boy. Apart from discussions about trade and explanations of how things worked, Jay found himself at a loss regarding what truly interested Domeric. One night, while they were eating and the bard was playing his harp terribly, Jay decided to break the ice. Do you play, Lord Domeric? He asked, noticing the scowl on Domeric's face as he watched the bard. I do, Jon. Better than he does, anyway, Domeric replied. You have a harp? Jay asked, and Domeric nodded, his expression turning thoughtful. You play? Domeric inquired, and Jay nodded in response. Well, maybe we should play then, my lord. We can provide some better entertainment, at least, Jay suggested. Domeric seemed eager at the prospect. With a nod to Jaime and Tyrion, Jay walked with Domeric to his room. Once they arrived, Domeric rushed off to his former room, where the harp Jaime had gotten him to practice on was still waiting. Being in the vaults had given him the chance to play his father's harp whenever he wanted, and he had taken full advantage of it, relishing the beautiful sounds it produced. Although the harp in his hands now was a poor substitute, it would suffice for the moment. As they made their way back to the hall, Jay looked forward to playing, deciding to leave the singing for another time. They began with familiar songs like The Dornishman's Wife and The Bear and the Maiden Fair. Domeric smiled when Jay suggested Alisanne. However, it was when Jay started to play Brave Danny Flint that Domeric truly brightened up, insisting they play Iron Lances next and finishing with The Winter Maid. Both of them felt the spirit of the North come alive as they played together. "Thank you, John. I haven't enjoyed playing this much in ages." "You wield that harp as well as you do the blade," Domeric said, his enthusiasm evident. "Only as good as the partner who played with me, my lord," Jay said as they exchanged their goodnights. "Dom, John, call me Dom," he added. "Dom," Jay replied. That night, Tyrion spent his time with the dragons, knowing it was his last evening at the Rock before heading to Dun. The Lion's Tooth would soon be ready to take him to see Arya. They didn't discuss it much. Tyrion understood his position and felt the support behind him. There was no need for further words. Instead, Jay reassured him that he would look after Lygaron, while Tyrion promised the dragon he wouldn't be gone for long. When he returned, they would embark on a longer flight together. Tyrion had taken to dragon flight as easily as he had, eager to be up in the sky rather than on the ground. Lygaron, always eager to be with his rider, shared that enthusiasm. With Rhaenys back, Tyrion's son felt less lonely and had become more accepting of his father's departure. "I'll be back soon, John, Jaime," Tyrion said. John nodded, and Jaime understood just how important this trip was for Tyrion. "Go. I'll see you on your return," Jaime said, giving Tyrion a moment before the woman in red caught his attention as she departed the ship. Nodding to Walder, the giant guard, he and Ghost made their way toward her. The woman looked around, and her smile upon seeing him chased away any worry that had been on her face. "My lady," he said softly, his eyes roaming over her beautiful features, mirroring the way she looked at him. "Is that you, Jon Snow?" she asked, changing her words halfway through as she took in the crowd at the docks. "I am Lady Kinvara," he replied. "Kinvara, Jon. Is there somewhere we can speak in private? We have horses awaiting us, my lady. Can you ride, or would you prefer a carriage?" "I can ride." "Are we heading to the Rock?" she inquired. He nodded. "We are. There is much we need to discuss, I believe." "Indeed," she said as he guided her to where Jaime stood, watching him walk up the gangplank alongside Bronn and several guards. "Lord Jaime, this is Lady Kinvara. She'll be accompanying us back to the Rock." "Of course, my lady." "A pleasure," Jaime replied as they turned to head toward their horses. Bear Island, 296 AC. Arya was nearly as excited about the journey to Bear Island as she was about the island itself. Nymeria relished the freedom to run through the Wolf's Wood and sleep beneath the stars. Lady Meage and her daughters were unlike any other ladies she had met. While Meage could be strict when she wanted, she also granted Arya far more freedom than her father ever did. She and Lyanna were allowed to stay up late, listening to stories around the fire. Though they weren't permitted any ale, they were each given a small mug of hot cider on the colder nights. At no point was Arya asked to ride in a carriage or to pull her shirt in when it came loose on horseback. Instead, Meage would simply glance at her or Lyanna, and Arya soon found herself adjusting her shirt just as Lyanna always seemed to do. "We'll be arriving at Deepwood Motte tomorrow. No doubt Glover will want us to stay, and the boats won't be here for a day or so," Meage said, looking at Arya and Lyanna. "So you two will behave." Arya nodded in agreement. Deepwood Motte was made of wood, which was her only thought as they were led through the outer rings, each one taking them higher into the keep itself. Lord Galbart was a gruff man, but friendlier than his brother, and Arya found herself liking him much more, especially when she learned that Lawrence was his ward. The way the bastard boy was treated reminded her fondly of her own brother. "You spar?" she asked Lawrence early the next morning. He nodded eagerly and dashed off to find some sparring blades. "To 3?" he asked when he returned, and she nodded eagerly. Although he won 2 out of 3, Arya felt she had done well. It was his size and strength that had led to her loss, nothing else. Lyanna and Arya shared breakfast with Lawrence, who admired the knife her father had given her and the bow Jon had crafted. Lyanna showed off her own gifts as well, and the three of them laughed and joked as they enjoyed their meal. The next day, Arya felt a twinge of sadness as they prepared to leave, but Meej reassured her that they would be visiting Deepwood Motte frequently during her stay on Bear Island. Although the keep was nearly ready for them, and Meej and her daughters were already settled in, they were taken to the main keep on Bear Island. They would stay there for the first moon until more work was completed, after which they would move to the keep near the docks. Arya noticed that Lyanna seemed just as disappointed as she was about the change in plans, but soon their focus shifted to playing with Gerald, which excited them both. "Tomorrow, you'll begin your lessons with Maester Alaric," Leonette said as they sat down to dinner that evening. Arya nodded in response, noticing Meej and Lyanna looking at her. "No September?" she asked a moment later to confirm. "We follow the true gods here, Arya." "No Septa will set foot on Bear Island," Leonette replied. Arya considered mentioning that Leonette was from the south but decided against it. If it meant avoiding a Septa, who was she to complain? The next morning, as she sat through lessons with Lyanna, Arya felt no need to voice any complaints. The Maester taught them arithmetic before diving into the history of the North, discussing the northern houses and the wars that had been fought there. While he wasn't quite as captivating a storyteller as Arya thought he was good enough, and she enjoyed the lesson immensely. The next session was even more thrilling as she and Lyanna were put through their paces by Lyra and Jory, practicing archery and swordplay, even learning to wield a. Arya felt utterly exhausted when they finally finished their day's activities. As she sat down for dinner that night, sleep overtook her the moment her head hit the pillow. Soon, she found herself sneaking quietly through the woods, carefully avoiding the caves due to the unpleasant smells wafting from them. The knowledge that something lived inside those caves kept her at bay. The deer didn't see her coming. When she pounced, it fell swiftly, and the taste of tender meat filled her mouth as she swallowed hungrily. "Arya, Arya, wake up." Lyanna's voice broke through her dream, shaking her awake. Startled, Arya jumped up, trying to spit the taste of blood from her mouth. "What is it?" she asked, gulping down some water. "You missed breaking your fast." "Gods, you were tired," Lyanna said with a smirk. "Does that mean I won't be fed?" Arya asked worriedly. "What? Of course not. Come on, I waited for you," Lyanna replied. Relieved, Arya smiled as she dressed, and the two of them sat down to enjoy their meal together. Later that day, they went riding, and Arya led them to the spot where Nymeria had killed a deer. It was clear that the carcass had been torn apart by something much larger than the wolf. "Bears. We should ride on," Alysanne suggested, and Meej nodded in agreement. "There's a cave a little ways up to the left, they're in there," Arya added. Meej looked at her curiously. "You saw them?" "I smelled them," Arya replied. Meej smirked. "You and your wolf are going to enjoy it here, Arya child." As they continued riding, Arya couldn't agree more. This was what she had wished for all her life, a friend and a place where people didn't judge her for who she was. As they rode back to the keep, she glanced at Lyanna, who nodded in understanding. Soon, they were racing across the ground, their laughter mingling with the joyful shouts of Meej and her girls behind them. Yes, Arya thought, she would truly enjoy it here as she urged her horse to leap over a fallen tree. Essos, 296 AC, Dany. The dreams. Every night, she found herself soaring through unfamiliar lands, a troubling thought nagging at her mind. Alone and frightened, she worried she might never reunite with the others. Yet, she pressed on, always heading east. Nearly a week into this journey, clarity began to emerge. She realized it wasn't Elegon she was riding, but Sandorix. It was then that she spoke to Shiera. "I see him flying, but he's behind us, not ahead." "We're going in the wrong direction," she said as they broke their fast. "Are you him?" Shiera asked. "No, I'm me." I can feel myself, but I can also sense his worry and concern. It's like what I feel with Elegon, only different, she replied. Different? Shiera inquired. Yes, lesser. With Elegon, it feels more real. With Sandorix, it's like being really sleepy, like a dream, but not quite a dream. She glanced at Shiera, half expecting to see a look of disbelief. I feel it with Regal too. It's hard to explain. I think you articulated it better than I can, but it's like I can sometimes feel what he feels. Should we turn back? Shiera asked. It's up to you, Dany. We're following your lead. Where are we? Is there a city nearby? Karth is a few moons away, I imagine. But Hesh, Lahosh, or Khosrak can't be more than a week or so away, Shiera replied. We need supplies. We should go to a city before turning back, Dany suggested, and Shiera nodded in agreement. They informed Sandor of their decision, and despite his grumbling, they made their way to the nearest of the Lhazar cities. Missy shared tales of the Lhazareen, explaining how the Dothraki referred to them as lamb men, often preyed upon by those stronger than themselves. One day, while riding, the dragons grew excited. By the time Dany and the others arrived, they discovered the reason why. The herd had scattered, but many hadn't been so fortunate, and both Elegon and Regal had feasted on their prize. As they approached the city, Dany's worry about the dragons grew. She turned to Shiera, and together they called to Elegon and Regal, asking them to hunt farther away for the time being, to avoid coming too close to the city. Elegon wasn't pleased, nor was Regal, but they complied. Dany watched with a heavy heart as they soared off to the west, back to where they had found the sheep earlier. It's for the best, Dany. They're still growing, and until we fly with them, we can't truly control them, Shiera said. You think they'll accept us both? Dany asked, feeling confident that Elegon would embrace her but hopeful that Regal would welcome a rider too. I do. I can almost feel him urging me to accept it, Shiera replied with a smile. By the time they reached Hesh, Sandor and Grey Worm had forged a surprising bond. The gruff Sandor and the stoic Grey Worm, though complete opposites, seemed to complement each other well. Still, Dany noticed that Sandor was quieter and more withdrawn than usual during this trip. Concerned, she and Shiera decided to do something special for him. On their way into town, Dany noticed the chickens and saw the longing look in Sandor's eyes. She, Missy, and Shiera, along with Mosadder, Marceline, and some of the other unsullied guards, purchased as many chickens as the vendor was willing to sell. That night, as they settled down to eat in the large open space they had claimed, Dany and Shiera brought the dishes out and placed them in front of a now happier Sandor. Did you not make any for anyone else? Sandor grumbled, and Dany noticed Missy looking worriedly at him. No, this is all for you, so eat it and stop complaining, you greedy bastard, she said, smirking as he grabbed a chicken leg and began to eat ravenously. Dany saw Missy let out a sigh of relief. The girl had been so conditioned to keep her master satisfied that she didn't quite know how to respond. Dany wasn't quite sure how to react around someone who was angry, even if that anger wasn't directed at her. But the girl was improving, becoming more understanding. Still, Sandor could confuse her at times, and Dany couldn't help but giggle as she watched him happily lick his fingers. It took them nearly a week to gather supplies in Hesh. Dany had offered to use her gold for the purchases, but Shiera objected. Just then, Sandor swooped in and used his own funds. See, it's simple. You pay the man, and then you just leave, he said, striding past them. Both women struggled to contain their laughter until he was out of sight. They bought carts, tents, food, and horses, allowing the unsullied to ride instead of walk, which would help them make better time. Soon, they were leaving Hesh behind and heading east. The road was smooth, and travel was quick. Dany felt a sense of happiness as they moved in what she believed was the right direction. By the time they reached the dragons, she suspected the herd was long gone, and she felt a pang of sympathy for the shepherd, though he was nowhere to be found. At one point during their journey, Dany noticed Missy getting nervous, but the girl didn't say anything about what was on her mind. Later that night, as they bathed in a nearby river, Dany helped Missy dry off and gently asked her what was wrong. The girl remained silent for a long moment. "Have I displeased you, Dany?" Missy finally asked softly. "What? No, of course not. Why would you think that?" Dany replied, horrified at the thought that she might be the reason for Missy's quietness. "We're traveling to Meereen. You're bringing me back to Master Krasny's," Missy said, her gaze fixed on the ground. "Missy, look at me, please," Dany urged, and the girl finally raised her eyes. "You are free, Missy. No one, neither I nor any master, decides your fate anymore. I truly didn't know this was that road. We'll leave it behind tomorrow, I swear it." At her words, Missy hugged Dany tightly, and the smile on her face was almost radiant. "Thank you, Dany," Missy said the next day when she directed them to head north from now on. That night, she dreamt again of being in the air. This time, though, she recognized where she was, Norvos, and was heading east. Her son was coming toward her, and she him. North, she must go north, she thought. When she woke the next morning, it was further north they headed. At the wall, in 296 AC, Ben-Jen had found nothing in the wilds. The wildlings raided swiftly and moved quickly, and this time, something felt strange. He sensed he was being watched, yet whatever it was never approached him. Frost gave him a sense of protection he had not felt before. He could rest easy at night, eat better, and move with less worry. Whether the wolf scared the wildlings away or something else was at play, Ben-Jen couldn't be sure, only that he encountered none of them, no matter how far he rode. Bypassing Craster's on the way back for a variety of reasons, he didn't need the man's food or protection, and he didn't like what he saw there. Ben-Jen had to restrain Frost from attacking the man. Soon, he found himself in Whitetree. He and the people there had always had a good relationship, and seeing him with Frost seemed to have strengthened it. After dropping off the extra deer he had caught, he was treated to ale and soup. That night, he and Frost slept indoors by a warm fire. They left early the next morning and arrived at the wall a day or so later. The horn blew once to announce his return. "How fared you out there, Ben-Jen?" Ser Alliser asked as he helped stable Ben-Jen's horse. "There's nothing out there, Alliser. I traveled for moons and found nothing, not a sign," Ben-Jen replied. Alliser nodded in response. "Well, at least you returned hale and hearty." "Aemon wishes to speak to you," the knight whispered. Ben-Jen nodded, giving the man a friendly slap on the back as he and Frost headed off to make his report to the Lord Commander first. Among the many things he needed to discuss, Ben-Jen wanted to thank his nephew for the change in Alliser Thorne. He had been shocked when Aemon informed him that both Alliser and Jeremy were aware of the truth. It was even more surprising to learn that Jon had promised to pardon them once crowned. Aemon explained why those men deserved forgiveness and why their nephew needed to grant it. Since that conversation, Ben-Jen noticed that Alliser had made an effort to be more friendly. He had become a better trainer to the new recruits, showing them a much different approach than before. Aemon had mentioned that Alliser had been bitter about his circumstances, and seeing him now, Ben-Jen could tell that was true. Jon had made a difference. After knocking on the Lord Commander's door, Ben-Jen made his report, cursing the news he had to deliver. He accepted the weight of it and headed to the Maester's quarters. "Is that you, Ben-Jen?" Aemon called as soon as he and Frost entered the room. Aemon, it's me," he replied, about to ask how Aemon knew when he noticed the Maester reaching out to rub Frost's neck. The wolf's footsteps had given him away. "This is Marwyn, and the quiet man in the corner is Loamara. They are here at Jon's request," Aemon said, indicating that Ben-Jen could speak freely. "For what?" Ben-Jen asked. "We seek answers about the long night, Ben-Jen. We are directed to do so, Marwyn replied, and Aemon nodded in agreement. Our nephew has a request for you as well. Aemon handed him a note. Benjen opened it eagerly, almost tearing the paper in his haste to see what Jon had written. The note was brief and to the point. Uncle Benjen, I need to find out if there are any books on the long night in Winterfell, any information that may help in the future. When you return, I suggest you bring Aemon with you. Together with Maester Luwin, I think it may be helpful if you search for such works. Marwyn and Loamra will continue their work in Castle Black until you return. I wish you luck, uncle, and I count the days until I can travel north once more. Your nephew, Jon. It seems you and I are going on a journey, Benjen said, looking at Aemon and the others with a newfound sense of purpose. A trip, Benjen, Aemon chuckled. It was nearly a week later when Jeor finally granted permission for Aemon to leave the wall. Not only did he find it curious, but he also thought it a bit of a liberty, especially since he was also stepping away to cover for Ned's trip to the moat. The only reason Jeor allowed Aemon to leave was that his brother was heading out to protect the north, a fact Jeor almost refused to accept when he learned Aemon would be leaving too. I do not like this. Your duties are here, both of you, Jeor said. Aye, they are, Lord Commander. But should I wish to travel to the Citadel, you cannot stop me. I'm sworn to the Watch, yes, but I'm a maester first and foremost. What would you do if I were recalled? Aemon replied, hiding a smirk as he watched Jeor's annoyed expression. You think that's a good tactic, Aemon? Telling me how powerless I am to stop you? Jeor grumbled. I think, at times, Lord Commander, you forget that the needs of the Order come before the desires of any man. You could deny Benjen, of course, but you risk upsetting the Warden of the North. As for me, I leave on the morrow, Aemon said as he walked out of the room. By the old gods, I don't know what's gotten into him, Jeor said, shaking his head. I think he wishes for the trip, Lord Commander. After all he's done for us, who are we to deny him a little something for himself? Benjen suggested, and Jeor nodded in agreement. Aye, you have the right of it. Tell Ned no more for a year at least. Aemon is right, I can't refuse the Warden of the North, but I won't have people thinking I play favorites, Jeor said. Perish the thought, he added, sharing a laugh with Benjen. Go, before I change my mind, Jeor said, and Benjen nodded. Their escort was quite the group, with Ser Jeremy volunteering and Jeor accepting. Ed was also allowed to join, grumbling about not being able to sleep without an ice wall to lean against. A half-dozen brothers were set to accompany the maester, each prepared for the journey ahead. As they traveled, the men looked forward to being housed in Winterfell for a moon or more. But for Aemon, each day on the road seemed to rejuvenate him. The enthusiasm he displayed for every aspect of their journey was remarkable. He laughed more, told jokes, and around the fire at night, he shared tales of the Targaryen kings. It was only by the men's reactions, aside from Ed, who merely grumbled, that Benjen realized these were loyalists. Hand-picked men, those who had been sent to serve his nephew's house, and those Jon wished to free when he was crowned. Egg was a good man, let no one say otherwise, and a good king, Aemon said, prompting nods of agreement. Aye, that he was, Jeremy added. One day, should we be fortunate, we may see another good king in our lifetime, Aemon continued, glancing in Benjen's direction. Should we be lucky, Benjen replied, echoing the sentiment. That counts me out, I'm never lucky, Ed chimed in, eliciting loud laughter from the group. Benjen felt a thrill as Winterfell came into view, chuckling when Frost looked at him, waiting for his nod. Once he gave it, the wolf dashed off, covering the ground far quicker than they could. Upon arriving in the courtyard, he spotted Ned and Lady Jonelle waiting to greet them, along with Ser Roderick, Jory, and Harwin. Maester Luwin looked eagerly at Aemon. Welcome back, brother, Ned said, embracing him warmly. Back? I feel like I've never left, Aemon replied, drawing laughter from those around him. Lady Serwyn, it's an honor, he said, bowing his head. You've known me since I was a girl, and I just finished telling you to call me Benjen Stark, she responded with a smile. May I introduce Maester Aemon? Benjen said, watching as Ned extended his hand to the old maester. Maester, I'm honored to welcome you to Winterfell, Ned stated. I'm honored to be welcomed, Lord Stark, Aemon replied. Come, I'm sure. You'll all want to settle in and have something warm in your bellies, Ned said as they walked into the keep, with Luwin assisting Aemon along the way. In the year 296 AC, Torrhen Snow marched with 1,000 men on foot, while Brandon led 500 cavalry and Artos commanded 100 archers. Hugo remained in Myr, overseeing the rest of the men. Although both Brandon and Artos had remarked that he had brought too many men to deal with the brave companions, Torrhen preferred to err on the side of caution. Given the coin the Lannisters were paying, he felt it was only right to ensure they got their money's worth. The march was slow and deliberate. Torrhen knew exactly where they would set up camp and only needed to arrive a few days before the brave companions passed through. While his men weren't as disciplined as the Golden Company, they were far superior to Hoat's forces. They settled by a stream, reviewing their plans once more. Artos would take the high ground while he and Brandon boxed in their opponents, and once they had done their part, Torrhen's men would finish the job. His troops were in good spirits, none questioning his orders or hesitating about what lay ahead. After Kevin had departed, Torrhen assigned Hugo to gather information on the brave companions' whereabouts and to investigate what had happened to the Lannister men. He spoke the truth, Torrhen. Northmen fell as well, Hugo reported. And what about Jon Snow? Torrhen inquired. The lad is well thought of both in the west and the north. The mermen and the Lannisters are the only ones with those giant ships. The mermen's flagship is named the Western Wolf, after the lad. And he still helps the north? Mormont, Umber, Glover, Stark, Karstark, Manderley, and even Bolton are earning coin from these deals. Yes, he helps the north. And there's something else, Hugo said, a smile spreading across his face. What is it? Torrhen asked, intrigued. Dire wolves, Torrhen. The lad brought. Dire wolves are back in the north. Each of the Stark children has one, even Stark himself, and the lad's is a white wolf with red eyes, Hugo said. The old gods have spoken? Brandon asked, looking at them both. The old gods have spoken, Torrhen replied with a smile. Once word spread through his ranks that Northmen had fallen to Hoat, Torrhen knew that would change everything. Had he not accepted this contract, he would have faced a significant challenge. If it had been revealed that the contract came from the White Wolf, he would have been gutted, not replaced, for turning it down. As it stood, he had only reinforced his own position. He hoped he had set everything up correctly and wouldn't lose too many men that day. Artos lined up his archers on each side of the pass. At the end of it, he and his infantry took their positions, planting stakes and holding their shields at the ready. A few miles down the way, Brandon and his cavalry were poised to block any escape and drive the enemy toward them. With his great sword in hand, he glanced behind him at the lookout, who was waiting for the signal. The hours dragged on, the sun beating down on them, forcing his men to swallow their water and chew on their meat and hardtack. Far behind him, 50 men guarded their supplies, and once this was done, they would eat well. For now, it was time to wait. When the whistle finally came, he raised his hand, and those at the front held their spears out. The front line was as close to an unsullied phalanx as his men could manage, and it would be more than enough. We are of the north, and these men killed our brothers. The north remembers, he declared into the silence, his men steadfastly holding their positions. Torrhen smiled when he heard the horses approaching. Artos Snow. These men were poor marchers, they strolled into battle, making so much noise it was almost annoying. Looking down at the carts and cages, he shook his head. Bears, exotic animals, and prisoners, Hoat's reputation for torture was on full display. He could feel the disgust radiating from his men. As the men looked down, their faces hardened. They had killed their fellow countrymen, and now their bowstrings were taut, ready to unleash destruction on Artos's command. But Artos held back, waiting for the right moment. He wanted as many enemies to fall as possible, to limit what Torrhen and his men would face. He didn't doubt his commander's ability to handle the enemy, even if they came at him in full force. Still, it was his duty to take out as many as he could, and he was determined to see it through. When he felt the moment was right, he raised his fist and then turned it in the air, signaling the attack. Arrows flew from his men in unison. He aimed his own arrows at those on the edges, trying to box them in further. Below him, screams echoed, and the sounds of panic erupted from horses, bears, and men alike. Even as chaos reigned, the arrows continued to rain down. The enemy group began to splinter, some charging forward while others turned to retreat. Amidst it all, more of their men fell. Then there was Brandon Snow. He and his men lined up 3 abreast, lances poised, waiting for the signal. Artos watched as the brave companions marched past, completely disregarding the need for scouts to check their flanks or rear. If he had been facing more competent forces, he would have found a much better hiding place. As it stood, if Hote had sent scouts over the hill and into the trees, they would have spotted him. Once the last of the enemy passed, Artos and his men began to move out, their horses walking in formation as they prepared to charge. When the flaming arrows soared overhead, they transitioned from a trot to a canter, finally breaking into a gallop. He knew they would cut through whatever lay before them with ease. He had witnessed heavy cavalry charges and the Dothraki's fierce onslaught, but his men were neither. Truthfully, they were infantry on horseback. However, in Essos, they proved to be remarkably effective. They wouldn't charge the unsullied and break their lines, nor could they match the Dothraki on an open field, but against the forces they usually faced, they were a formidable force. Were more effective than any other cavalry. Feeling his mare's eagerness, he released the reins and lowered his lance. The first men they encountered were fleeing the battle, some already wounded with arrows. He almost felt a pang of sympathy for them as they struggled to rein in their horses, almost. His front line surged through them effortlessly, their momentum enhancing the ferocity of the charge, lances tearing through flesh with devastating impact. He could hear the sickening crunch of bones beneath his mare's hooves, yet she never faltered, racing forward with unrelenting speed. By the time they reached the main group, most of the enemy were either dead or had retreated toward Torrhen. Few remained on horseback, and even fewer were uninjured. Artos had executed his strategy flawlessly, and Brandon felt a swell of pride for his brother. Men were trampled underfoot as they scrambled to escape, others were simply ridden over. Just as he commanded, the rear hundred halted and began to form up. Above them, Artos and his archers moved along the cliff's edge, advancing toward Torrhen. "Forward," he shouted, and they began to advance once more. The time had come to end this. The sound of death enveloped him, men crying out in pain, horses whinnying in fear and distress. He felt a flicker of sympathy for the horses, but not for the men riding them. Artos had done his job well, and he knew Brandon would be closing in behind them. A little over 50 men had charged toward them, riding so fiercely that they couldn't slow down. His shield wall held strong, and there would be no second charge to face this day. He gave the order, and his men sprang into action. The wall opened as they surged through. Those who managed to stay mounted quickly found themselves unseated. His men dragged them down, axes, maces, swords, and halberds doing their deadly work. He moved through the chaos, searching for a worthy opponent. His great sword cleaved through foes as if they were mere straw. By the time he found Hote, the man was already injured, unable to. The man struggled, trying to crawl away. "Torrhen?" Hote gasped, blood spilling from his mouth. "Vargo," Torrhen replied, moving closer to him. "Why?" Hote asked, but Torrhen didn't respond. Instead, he had the man dragged from his position. Around them, his men continued their work, and Torrhen could hear the sounds of Brandon's cavalry slowing down. Artos and the rest of their forces soon arrived. It took them an hour to ensure that every last brave companion was dead. Some of his men relished the task, especially when they saw the condition of some prisoners Hoat had kept caged. The men were mutilated, and the girls looked terrified. Torrhen ordered that some of Hoat's gold be given to them, offering them the chance to ride back to Myr if they wished. He, Brandon, and Artos approached where Hoat was tied up. The man stared at Torrhen, still clueless about what he had done to bring this downfall upon himself. A part of Torrhen wished to send him to the black goat he worshipped, but in the end, he spoke. "You pulled on the lion's tail, Hoat, and you killed Northmen when you did so. Did you really think there wouldn't be a reckoning?" Hoat looked back at him, desperation in his eyes. The Iron Bank was my employer. They will avenge me," he pleaded. All three of them burst into laughter. "Even if it were true, they wouldn't come for you," Brandon said. "It wasn't the Iron Bank that gave you this contract. They make far too much gold from the lions to do so. The fat man, I can take you to him," Hoat begged. "The fat man is not our concern, Hoat," Artos replied. He had the man dragged to a small wooden box, which would have to suffice for now. Leaning Hoat's head over it, he raised his great sword, preparing to pass sentence. "For crimes against the North and its allies, I sentence you to die," he declared as he lifted his sword. "The White Wolf sends his regards." And with that, he took the man's head. In the harbor, Robb stood alongside Grey Wind. They had been out hunting with Ser Wendell and a few others when he first heard about the plan to travel west. As the days passed, his excitement for the journey only grew, especially knowing that Winifred would be joining him. Since their betrothal had been confirmed, they had grown even closer. Reluctantly, and under her gentle insistence, he had kept his promise to behave like a gentleman, even as their kisses became more passionate. Robb's training had progressed significantly. During his last visit to Braavos, he had met with Syrio again and extended an invitation for him to come to White Harbor, or even Winterfell, to help train him and his men. Syrio had declined, suggesting that perhaps in the future, anything was possible. Robb had learned that one lesson with Syrio was worth months of training with anyone else. He knew that if he had Syrio training him full-time, there would be no limit to how skilled he could become. But Syrio was a man who followed his own path, neither coin nor pleas could sway him. Robb was simply grateful for any opportunity to work with him. While in Braavos, he had negotiated his first trade deal, the sale of wood to Norvos. Both Wylis and Wyman were pleased with his efforts, and Winifred beamed with pride when she heard the news. He even wrote to his father and mother about it, though he had yet to receive any replies. "Have you not packed yet?" Winifred asked, standing in his room. "We're not leaving for days, Winifred," he replied, chuckling as she laughed. "Boys," she said with a playful snort. "Oh, let me guess, my perfect future wife is already packed and ready to go." "As is your perfect future good sister," Winifred laughed. "I'll pack today," he promised, and she kissed him on the cheek. Dinner that night made his packing even more urgent. It turned out they would only have one more day in White Harbor instead of the 3 or 4 he had anticipated. Robb spent the next day both packing and searching for gifts to bring along. He wanted to find something special for Jon, Cregan, and Ashera. Although he hadn't spent much time with his aunt or cousin, he had enjoyed the moments they shared and looked forward to more. When Wyman announced that they would be stopping in Braavos for a day or two, both Winifred and Willa became even more excited about the trip. They eagerly asked him to show them around while they were there. Feeling happy that he could guide them, Robb realized he knew enough about the city to share some of its more interesting stalls. A day or so later, standing on the Merman's Trident, he found himself wondering what the West was like. Jon seemed to love it, and in many ways, his brother felt more northern than he did, or at least, he had. Yet, Jon spoke so fondly of Lannisport and the Rock that Robb couldn't help but wonder what captivated him so much. Was it the place itself, or the people who lived there? He was eager to find out and see where his brother had spent the past few years of his life. "Father wishes to speak to you, Robb," Willa said, interrupting his thoughts. He nodded and followed her below deck. "Did he say what it was about?" he asked, curiosity piqued. Willa shook her head. "Is Winifred still unwell?" he inquired, concerned. "She's better, just tired," Willa replied with a smile, relieving Robb's worries. "You looking forward to seeing the West?" he asked her. "Very much so. I want to see how different it is, how they do things. Plus, I might find someone to dance with," she said, rolling her eyes playfully. "I dance with you," he replied, pretending to be offended. "You call that dancing?" she giggled, sidestepping as he playfully bumped against her. "I'll remember that the next time you're sitting alone," he teased. "I never sit alone, Robb," she said, almost skipping away from him. Robb was still smiling when he walked into Lord Wyman's cabin, where the Lord looked at him inquisitively. Wyman looked at Robb, a smirk playing on his lips as he gestured for him to sit. "My daughter is feeling better, is she?" he asked. "Willa said she is, just a bit tired and resting," Robb replied. "Good. I wanted to talk to you about this trip, Robb. I know you want to spend time with your brother, and I'll make sure you do, but I also need you with me when I speak to Kevin and Lord Jaime. I want you to sit in on our discussions about the trade deals," Wyman said. "Of course, my lord," Robb responded. "You've come a long way, Robb. It's time for you to learn even more, so think of this as your first opportunity. I'll give you time with the girls in Bravos, but remember, I'm there to check on things. Once we're in the West, when I work, you work. Understand?" "I do, my lord." "Thank you," Robb said. "Good. Now, come on, let's eat," Wyman said, and Robb smiled as he followed the Lord to the cabin for their meal. The next day, Winifred was up and about. She was a little unsteady on her feet but feeling better, so Robb spent most of the day on deck with her and Willa, doing his best to ensure her comfort. When they reached Bravos, both girls stared in awe at the Titan. Robb found himself taking on the role Wendell had on his previous visits, explaining what it was and how it worked. They stayed in the city for just 2 days, and although he never got to see Syrio, he did manage to buy some gifts at the stalls. Willa was especially excited about some of her purchases. As the Titan faded into the background, Robb couldn't help but smile. Soon, they would stop again, and he'd be in the West, ready to see his brother once more. In King's Landing, 296 AC, Ser Barristan had been off duty when the incident occurred. Later, Ser Aerys recounted the chaos he had witnessed. The king needed to be pulled off Viserys, who had nearly been strangled on the spot. It was only Jon Arryn who managed to reach the king and make him see sense. Viserys was carried away. Barristan moved quickly through the halls, almost running to reach the cells, but he was at a loss for what to do. He still had hours until he was due back at his post, so checking on the situation himself was not an option just yet. Instead, he decided to head to the tavern to speak with Richard's man. He needed direction, a plan. Should he attempt to rescue the prince? Would others join him? What did his king expect from him? What was the right course of action? These thoughts raced through his mind as he navigated the streets, and he was almost out of breath by the time he reached the tavern. After waiting for a while, Richard's man finally arrived. "Come," the man said, leading Barristan up the stairs. Once inside the room, with the door closing quickly behind them, he asked, "You heard?" "I heard," Barristan replied. "What are we to do?" The man shook his head. "Elaine is not back yet. He won't be for some time, he's sailing and can't be reached." "What do we do?" Barristan pressed, feeling the weight of uncertainty. The man shook his head again, his confusion mirroring Barristan's own. I've sent a message west. Hopefully, we'll receive an answer soon, or Elaine will return before the king tries again. Did he really try to kill him in the throne room? Barristan asked, shocked. It took 4 men to drag him off, sire. One of them got a busted lip. If the falcon hadn't been there, it would have been too late. Disgust rose within Barristan as they continued to talk. It soon became clear that they were going in circles. Richard's man had no idea what to do, and Barristan couldn't blame him. He felt just as lost. Afterward, he headed back to the White Sword Tower, changed, and prepared to go on duty. For once, he found himself grateful to be guarding the king. The mood in the Red Keep was strange. Some were giddy that the dragon was in chains, while others seemed shocked by what the king had done or what he might do next. As for Robert, Barristan had seen him in better moods on only a few occasions over the years. Barristan felt a wave of despair wash over him, wishing for nothing more than to take his knife and plunge it into his own belly. "Ah, you heard? We have him, Ser Barristan. Viserys Targaryen, as mad as his father. We have him, and by the gods, I'll enjoy taking his head myself," Robert declared, his tone almost gleeful as Barristan relieved Ser Aerys, who seemed just as eager to escape the king's company. "I have heard rumors, Your Grace," Barristan replied, striving to maintain his composure. "Rumors? Ha! It's no rumor, Barristan. He's in my dungeon, thanks to my good friend Illyrio," Robert said, draining a mug of ale with satisfaction. "That's good news, Your Grace," Barristan said, but he noticed Robert's wary gaze settle on him. "It is, isn't it? For me, anyway. But is it truly good news for you?" Robert asked, and Barristan felt the ground beneath him shift. "Your Grace," he replied, feigning confusion. "Don't be coy, Barristan. I know where your loyalties lie," Robert said sharply. "I swore an oath and have never broken one in my life, Your Grace, nor would I now." "Good. I'll have no one going against me on this. The dragon spawn will lose his head. As you say, Your Grace." Barristan knew he needed to see Viserys, to confirm if it was truly him, and to figure out how to free him from this place. He wouldn't have to wait long to learn the truth. Robert was eager to visit the dragon spawn in his cage, laughing as they made their way to the dungeons. But once they arrived, Barristan realized any plans he might have had for a rescue were futile. The guards had tripled, nearly 50 men now standing watch, making it clear that it would take an army to get past them. "Look at him, Barristan. The man who would be king," Robert said, laughing heartily. Barristan peered into the cell. There was Viserys, chained to the wall, and as soon as he spotted them, he began to rant and rave, his words spilling out in a chaotic stream that filled the air. "Ser Barristan, I am your king. I order you to release me and to put the usurper in chains. I shall see him burn. I'll see you all burn." Viserys shouted, his voice filled with dread. "Burn in my name, in the name of Aerys Targaryen. I'll burn you all." He laughed, a sound that was all too familiar to Barristan. Shaking his head, Barristan tried to banish the image from his mind: straggly hair, long nails, scabs covering his skin. Looking back at Viserys, he realized that while the prince was not Aerys, he had not strayed far from that dark path. As they walked away, Robert's laughter echoed in his ears, and Barristan found himself pondering what course of action he should take. Casterly Rock, 296 AC, Jaehaerys Targaryen. Thoros was taken aback when he saw Kinvara, far more so than when he encountered Melisandre and her guards. Jay asked her to speak to the Red Priest before he did, hoping she would add her perspective to Melisandre's view of Thoros. Instead, he spent time with Domeric, discussing trading deals and sharing ideas that would benefit House Bolton, all of which would appear to come from Domeric himself. Thoros helped Domeric so much that suspicion began to brew in him, prompting Jay to clarify his intentions. He invited Domeric to join him in the godswood, and they walked together, eventually sitting in front of the weirwood tree. "It's pitiful," Domeric remarked, gazing at the gnarled tree. "Still a weirwood, though." "Here in the south, they're few and far between," Jay replied. "Aye, you're right. Even in the Vale, there are only one or two." "The home of the Undulls, you don't say," Domeric chuckled. "Jon, I know. These deals, Dom, they're not part of some plan to force you into anything. It's just that your father is a complicated man," Jay explained, and Domeric nodded. "He is. Our houses are allies, yet this was not. As always, wars have been fought, and while there is no enmity now, it may not always be that way," he said. "My father won't rebel, Jon," Domeric replied, feeling affronted. "Not if we don't give him a reason to, Dom," Jon countered, and Domeric nodded in agreement. "You wish to buy loyalty?" Domeric asked. "Loyalty is only earned, Dom. All I'm trying to do is show the benefits of it," Jon explained, and Domeric chuckled. "What's so funny?" Jon asked. "You're not what I expected, Jon. It's benefited you coming here, the north too, and now my house as well. Has it not benefited you going to the Vale?" Jon inquired. "Aye, it has," Domeric admitted, looking down before meeting Jon's gaze again. "I had someone there. I met someone I cared deeply for, but it could never be." "Why not?" Jon asked, curious. "My father will seek another match for me, one more advantageous," Domeric replied sadly. "Will he?" Jon said, shaking his head as Domeric opened his mouth to speak. "Who was she?" "Jon, I'd rather not speak of her name," Domeric said, and Jay noticed how hard it was for him to bring her up. "I found it best to seek what you want, to reach for it. Forget your father for a moment. If it were up to you, would you wish for this girl?" Jay asked. "Jon, I can't. My father." Domeric started, but Jay pressed on. "Forget your father for a moment, at least. If it was your choice." Jay asked again. Domeric admitted reluctantly. "Then perhaps I could help," Jay offered. Domeric looked at him as if he were mad. "Let me try," Jay insisted, and Domeric nodded. Both of them knelt and prayed before heading back to the keep. Miranda Royce was the girl in Domeric's heart. Jay decided he would speak with Jaime and Jenna about her and find out what he could from Richard. He had learned one thing: Domeric would be a far better lord than his father. Later that day, he met with Beric. The trade deal he and Jaime proposed was most welcome to the lord, and even Arthur approved of it. Jay had worried that the knight might see. "Imagine marrying someone who would be joining your family," Jon mused. Arthur had mentioned that it was better for a man to be on the right side than the wrong one. Jaime agreed, noting that houses that fought against them needed to be treated as such. If they could keep Blackhaven out of the war, or, even better, turn them into allies, then it would all be for the best. "I thank you for this, my lord, and you too, Jon," Beric said as they signed the deal. "Think nothing of it. I wish you and your betrothed all the best, my lord," Jaime replied. Me too, Lord Beric," Ned added, both he and Beric smiling. "Come, Ned. Let's go find whatever tavern Thoros is in." "It's time we made our arrangements," Beric said, standing up. He shook Jaime's hand and then Ned's, promising the boy he would spar with him one more time before leaving. The boy's smile was genuine and nearly stuck to his face as they departed. Once they were gone, Jaime turned to Jon, who seemed pleased with the deal. They had secured favorable terms that would allow Jaime to make even more coin, while ensuring they wouldn't lose out either. "A good deal, Jon," Jaime remarked. "A better one if we can turn him," Jon replied, and Jaime nodded in agreement. "The priest?" Jaime asked. Jon nodded. I'm meeting with Melisandre and Kinvara later. I'll find out then." Do you know why Kinvara is here? Jaime inquired. Only that she wishes to speak to me. I'll learn more later. Why does the rock feel like a red temple? Jon laughed. Just a bit. Jenna is uncomfortable with them all here. She fears we might appear to be converting, Jaime said. They won't be here long. I doubt Kinvara has come to stay, Jon reassured him, and Jaime nodded. Jon spotted the red priestesses standing by the cave with Sarella. Kinvara looked on in awe as Rhaenys and Lygaron emerged. Even more impressive was when Jay walked up to them, leaning into both dragons. Despite his sister's wishes, he told her she must fly alone tonight, and so she. Lygaron soared into the sky. They are incredible, my prince, even more so than your aunts, Kinvara remarked. Daenerys hatched hers, he asked, and she nodded with a smile. You saw? She inquired. I had a vision of flames and fire, and my aunt walking from it with 3 dragons. As you saw it, that is what happened, Kinvara confirmed. Is she well? Safe? He asked anxiously. She travels with her companions, her journey is not yet complete. Companions? He echoed, concern creeping into his voice. The Hound and another of your kin, Shiera Seastar, lives, my prince, Kinvara replied. He searched her expression for any sign of jest but soon recognized the truth in her words. How? Magic, my prince, just the same as the dragons themselves, she explained. Where are they? To go west, they must travel east. For now, their journey is not yours, my prince. Why? Because my God wills it so, Kinvara said softly. I don't serve Rulaller, he retorted, and she smiled knowingly. Yet you remain his chosen. I came here because there are things you must know, my prince, threats you must be wary of, and places you must travel to when the time is right. What threats? He asked, and she told him of the false dragon, a mummer pretending to be his brother. Anger surged within him, so intense it felt almost uncontrollable until he realized it wasn't his own but Rhaenys's fury he felt. Calm, sister, calm. We'll deal with this impostor together, Jay reassured in his mind, feeling Rhaenys's rage recede for the moment. What other threats? He pressed. The threat beyond the wall, Blue Eyes and the army you must defeat. The long night comes, my prince. Only you can lead those who fight against it, only you are able to bring the dawn, Kinvara declared. Others have spoken to me of this. I've sent people to find out more, he admitted, and Kinvara smiled. Good, my prince. Prince, it's good that you are already preparing. I will seek to serve you as well. There are allies who will aid in this fight. I will travel beyond the wall to find them and prepare them for your coming. The free folk? He asked. Is that what they're called? I see no names, my prince, only a people who will fall without your help, she replied, and he nodded. What else? I saw visions in the flames, my prince. A kraken in the sea, a cloth dragon on fire, a snake impaled on a spear, a lion roaring, black birds as far as the eye could see, and beneath them, a white wolf struggling to break free. An army of gold marched forward, a city burned, and a woman cried out, she explained. He looked at her and asked her to repeat the vision so Sarella could write them down. Once she had, he began to discern their meanings. A kraken represented the Ironborn, a cloth dragon could signify a mummer, a snake and a spear hinted at something to do with Dorne, black birds were crows, and the white wolf was him. An army of gold could be the Lannisters, but for some reason, he doubted it. As for the city and the woman crying, he couldn't make heads or tails of them just yet. You understand some of these? She asked happily as he began to share his thoughts. Some, yes. Others I need to cross-check against my own visions, or use the glass candles to clarify them. They work? She asked, surprised. They do. He was about to ask her about Melisandre and Thoros when Jaime arrived. The look on his lord's face made it clear he was needed, so he excused himself and walked over to Jaime. "My lord?" "A letter, John, from King's Landing," Jaime said worriedly, and Jay noticed that Arthur had come with him. "What does it say?" he asked. "Viserys. They have Viserys in their cells," Jaime replied. "What? How?" he said, reaching out to take the note. "Elaine, Viserys Targaryen rests in the king's dungeon, a gift from Illyrio Mopatis. I await your orders," Daeron said. Jay closed his eyes and reached out, and soon she was on her way. He began pacing the beach, shaking his head. The dragon in his heart had fully risen now. His family, another member of his family, was in danger, and he would die if he didn't act. He'd burn the Red Keep to the ground if he wasn't released. Robert and every single member of his family would pay the price for it. His hands balled into fists, and both Jaime and Arthur watched him, remaining silent, allowing him to confront this turmoil on his own for the moment. Just then, Rhaenys and Ghost arrived simultaneously, the dragon and the wolf. It was to his sister he turned, seeking comfort in her presence, and she who calmed him down. "Daer," she said in Valyrian, shaking her head. "Easy Ilva Anagar," he shouted back, filled with frustration. "Say Nikel Daer risk Toli Hen Zyri Najat save Zirilla," she replied, her voice steady. "And I won't risk more of it to save him," he argued. "Sir Islan Re Najat Hanujagon Zirilla Najat Morguljagan," she countered, her tone firm. "So we're to leave him to die?" he pressed, desperation creeping into his voice. "Circta Zirilla than A.O., Pendagon Valankar, Pendagon," she said, urging him to think. "Better him than you, think little brother, think." He felt Ghost lean against him, the wolf providing a comforting presence, while Rhaenys stood close by. Lygaron landed behind them and moved closer as well. Finally, he made a decision and turned back toward the vaults, Ghost, Arthur, and Jaime walking by his side, with Kinvara and Melisandre following behind. As they walked, Arthur and Kinvara spoke of his uncle, describing what he was like and why he couldn't risk himself for him. They emphasized how crucial he was to the realm and the world itself. Arthur talked about his house, while Kinvara warned of a war on the horizon. Thankfully, Jaime silenced them before they reached his room. All of them followed him inside, their eyes fixed on him, waiting for what would come next. As he grabbed the glass candles, he placed them carefully on the table. Reaching for his knife, he made a swift cut across his palm, letting the blood pool in his hand before extending it toward the green candle, watching as it absorbed the crimson liquid. Closing his eyes, he envisioned King's Landing, the king, and his uncle, while the other candles flickered to life around him. He saw the crowds lined up, and a sense of dread washed over him. He knew he would be too late. Every instinct told him to turn away, yet he couldn't help but look on. King's Landing, 296 AC, Sir Richard Lonmouth. The crowd was gathered, and he took his place among them. It had only been a week since his return, and he had gone over every plan, ultimately dismissing them all. A full-scale attack was their only hope for Viserys, but they needed time to organize one, a luxury they no longer had. When word reached him, he felt a wave of sickness. It was Barristan who delivered the news, making it even worse. Staring at the portly man, he formulated another plan, one he would present to his king. Illyrio Mopatis would pay for this, that was no longer the question. Now, it was a matter of when and where, and as soon as Jay gave him the signal, he would see it done. Looking out at the crowd, he could see the eager anticipation etched on their faces, happiness, even. The prospect of watching a man lose his head brought out the savage instincts in even the meekest of men, women, and children, who grinned with glee. The fat stag and his queen took their time arriving, while the falcon and the rotund man awaited them. The way the king warmly greeted Mopatis only made Richard's stomach churn further. As Sir Island Payne made his way to the raised platform, the crowd erupted in cheers. The tumbless knight offered no acknowledgement, simply unsheathing his greatsword to even more applause. "We are here today to witness the execution of Viserys Targaryen for treason," the voice boomed. "Let it be known that this is carried out under the order of good King Robert Baratheon, the first of his name, the King of Undals, the Rhoynar. The first men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm," Jon Arryn proclaimed. "Bring out the dragon spawn," Robert chuckled. Viserys appeared dirty, his hair matted and his frame thin, looking every bit like his father's son. "I am your king. You all should kneel before me," he shouted, and Richard shook his head. Fully mad, he thought, and it became even clearer with what the prince said next. His laughter echoed through the silence of the crowd. "I am Aerys Targaryen, the true dragon, and I will burn you all," Viserys declared, still laughing even as he was forced to his knees. Ser Island stepped forward, his hands gripping the blade, poised to take Viserys' head. Then came the shout. "Stop!" Robert commanded, but for a moment, no one knew who had spoken until the king moved closer and asked Island for his sword. "It's my crown he wants, and my blade he'll get. He should be grateful he's not getting my hammer like his brother did," Robert said, as the crowd erupted in cheers. Richard observed as Ser Island reluctantly handed over his sword, and the king stepped forward. The blow was firm and true, and the crowd roared when Robert not only severed the prince's head from his body but then walked over to pick it up, holding it high for all to see. "The last dragon spawn," the king shouted, laughter in his voice. Casterly Rock, 296 AC, Jaime watched as Jon got up and walked from the room, the candles extinguishing behind him. He and Arthur rose to follow, while Melisandre and Kinvara made their way to the priestess's chamber. They trailed Jon out to the beach, arriving at the water's edge. Jon stood there, staring out at the sea. A loud, haunting scream pierced the air. Arthur moved to go to him, but Jaime held him back. Another scream followed, more pained, and the last one was filled with rage. Jon knelt on the ground as the sun glinted off the water. Then, Ghost appeared. He walked past Jon and stood beside him, the wolf standing guard like them, allowing Jon to handle the situation as he wished. For nearly an hour, they remained there in silence. When Jon finally turned, he could see the redness in his eyes, the tears nearly dried on his cheeks. He approached them slowly, met their gazes, and nodded, choosing not to say a word as he passed by. Arthur glanced at him, then turned to follow, and together they trailed Jon up the beach. Jon moved slowly, and Arthur and the others followed even more cautiously. The die had been cast, the table was set, and war was soon to follow. Chapter 97, Men Plan and a Wannabe God Laughs. Casterly Rock, 297 AC, First Moon. Jaime. It had been a week since Viserys was killed, and Jon had barely spoken about it. Beric and Domeric had returned to their keeps, leaving Thoros behind for reasons unknown. While that should have concerned Jaime, it was Jon who truly occupied his thoughts. When Loras returned from Highgarden, he came to Jaime within a day. He, too, was worried about Jon, telling Jaime that although Jon claimed he was well, Loras felt he was lying. Jaime had discussed it with Jenna, and with Arthur as well. He even spoke to both Red Priestesses and Sarella. They all seemed to convey the same message: Jon was holding everything inside, burying it deep. If he didn't let it out soon, he would surely explode. Sitting in his room, holding his daughter in his arms as she laughed and smiled at the shadows on the wall, Jaime tried to decide what to do. "Give her to me," Daisy said from behind him. He turned, surprised he hadn't noticed her enter. "What?" "No, it's all right, I can hold her," he replied, looking back down at Joanna. "I know. Just give her to me and go speak to him. Spar, take a ride on the dragon, sit by the beach, whatever it takes. It's bad enough he's brooding, I won't have you doing it, too." "Dace?" "No, go, Jaime. You know you want to, and he needs you. Just go." He stood up and handed his daughter to his wife, kissing them both before walking out of the room. The sun was still shining, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The idea of a dragon ride wasn't something he looked forward to. Stopping at the stables, he instructed them to saddle Honor and Winter, along with Star, Arthur's horse. Jon had gifted him the stallion he'd won in the race at Highgarden, and Arthur was overwhelmed by the gift from his king. As he walked down to the vaults, he passed Melisandre's chambers. The Red Priestess and her 2 companions were inside, along with her guards. He shook his head, feeling a mix of concern and irritation. Jaime knew they couldn't stay here much longer and hoped Jon understood. He found Jon standing on the beach, staring out at the water, just as he had done after witnessing Viserys' execution. No, it wasn't just an execution, a voice in the back of his mind shouted, it was murder. How long? Jaime asked Arthur, who was standing with Jors. Most of the morning, Arthur replied. Jors, why don't you take a break? Arthur and I will handle things from here. I'd rather stay, my lord, Jors said, and Jaime smiled at him. I know, but go anyway. I'm going to take him for a ride, and it would be better if it were just the 3 of us, Jaime explained. Jors nodded, glanced at Arthur, and then walked away. Just you 2? Arthur asked. No, you're coming too, Jaime said as he walked over to stand beside Jon. They stood in silence for a few moments, Jon still staring out at the water. Meanwhile, further up the beach, ghosts seemed to be chasing the waves, but Jon didn't even notice. After the silence became overwhelming, Jaime turned to Jon and tried to read his expression. It wasn't sadness or anger, there was something else there that he couldn't quite identify. Deciding not to analyze it right now, Jaime spoke up. Come on, we're going for a ride. Jon didn't seem to hear him. Jon, Winter, Honor, and Star are saddled. Let's go, Jaime urged. Finally, Jon nodded and turned to follow him back up the beach. As soon as they left the rock, Jon took off, racing ahead with Ghost, both of them far in front of Jaime and Arthur, who struggled to catch up. Though Jon stayed within their sight, he pushed Winter to her limits, making it impossible for them to close the gap. When they finally caught up with him, he was by the stream, Winter drinking water while Jon stood beside her, speaking softly. Jaime walked over, touched Jon on the shoulder, and motioned toward the open space to the left. Jaime walked over and touched Jon gently before drawing his sword. He tapped it 3 times on the ground and waited for Jon to do the same. Then, the sparring began. At first, it was quiet, with both of them focused on finding their rhythm. The sharp blades came dangerously close to each other on several occasions. This wasn't a contest, there would be no hits or points. It was more about loosening up than anything else. Before long, Jaime noticed how relaxed Jon had become, a smirk spreading across his face as they picked up the pace. After about 10 minutes, Jaime called a halt. Jon nodded and walked over to sit by a tree, with Jaime soon following him. They all said he was mad, just like my grandfather, Jon said. That he would have been a threat to us, to me, and my crown. And you don't care? Jaime asked. He was my uncle, my blood. There isn't much of it left that I can just accept losing more, Jon replied, anger creeping into his voice. There was nothing you could have done, Jon, Jaime reassured him. I could have. We could have. I knew he had him, and I did nothing. I could have done more, I should have done more. Jon shook his head in frustration. Jon. No, there are 2 members of my family out there in Essos. From what Kinvara told me, there are people after them. This Magister, Jaime, he's involved in something, and I don't know what it is. Richard is busy with so many things. This has to be a priority. The Magister can wait. I want him dead, but I can wait for that, for him, for Robert, for Jon Arryn. I can wait because it must be done right. But Dany and Shiera. I can't, Jaime. I can't lose more family. Jon's voice broke, and tears began to flow. Jaime leaned over and wrapped his arm around Jon's shoulder, allowing him to cry against him. After a few moments, he felt Jon stand up, and he followed suit. No sooner had he stood than Jon hugged him tightly. No words were exchanged, and Jaime simply patted him softly on the back. "Thank you," Jon said as he stepped away. "Jon, I'm here for you, always." "We'll fix this," Jaime reassured him, and Jon nodded in response. The ride back was slower and felt different. Jon was in a much better mood, even joking with both of them as they traveled. Over the next couple of days, his spirits continued to lift, with Jaime and Arthur sparring with him in the mornings and watching as he practiced with others throughout the day. Seeing him laugh with Brienne, Loras, Satin, and Sarella made it seem like he was starting to feel like himself again. However, it was the Raven from Castamere that truly brought him back. Jerian and Joy were returning with Ashera, and Jon's happiness at the news was contagious. Jaime felt relieved when he learned that Thoros and Kinvara would be leaving before then, something that made Jenna even happier. That night, as he placed Joanna in her crib, he smiled at the sight of her sleeping peacefully. He kissed her forehead before heading to his bed and climbing in beside his wife. "Is Jon better?" she asked. He nodded. "Good. Then perhaps we can think about making him a new brother or sister," Daisy said softly, playfully biting his ear. In King's Landing, in 297 AC, Jon Arryn sat at a small council meeting that was fuller than usual. Stannis had arrived from Dragonstone with the prince, much to the delight of the boy's mother. Seated at the table with Peter, Lomas, Stannis, Renly, and to his chagrin, Grandmaster Tyrell, Jon had reluctantly accepted that nothing he could do would change the Citadel's decision. Despite his distaste for having a Tyrell at the table, he had to admit that the man had already proven to be a better sort than Pycelle, even if he was a bit too focused on the death of his predecessor. "What news, Lomas?" Jon began, addressing the Maester of Whisperers, a man he enjoyed conversing with. "Tidings from the west, my lord. Apparently, it's not just a single red priest who has visited the rock, but 3 of them," Lomas replied. "3?" he asked. "The one who's been staying there, another who arrived recently from Essos, and Thoros of Myr." "Perhaps Lord Jaime means to convert," Lomas suggested. Peter chuckled. "This is no laughing matter, Peter. It's bad enough that his wife and former squire are tree worshippers. Should he now seek to convert to whatever heathen religion these red priests espouse, there would need to be consequences." Jon Arryn nodded in agreement. "Perhaps it's prudent to speak to the High Septon, my lord." Jon nodded. "Anything else?" "Yes, I want the prince removed from my keep," Stannis declared, shocking them all. "But the king," Jon began, "can raise his monstrous son himself. I fear for my daughter near that boy, his cruelty and pettiness know no bounds," Stannis replied. "You have the freedom to discipline him however you wish, Lord Stannis," Jon said. "No amount of discipline can change that boy. But fine, I'll speak to the king myself." Stannis's voice was resolute. "Coin, Peter, how are we situated?" "Good, my lord. Illyrio's loans and taxes have been beneficial, though we are down some because of the manse and the extra buildings we've gifted him. I find myself in agreement with the king on that, Peter." "The rewards were well earned," Jon remarked. "Indeed, my lord, but the loss of income does take a toll. However, we have more than enough in reserve at the moment." "Good. His Grace wishes for a tourney, a large tourney. He wants the whole realm to attend to celebrate Viserys' death." "Truly a death worth celebrating," Renly joked. "It is for the king, and so celebrate it we will." "Maester Tyrell, the ravens are to be sent today," Jon instructed, handing him the pile of papers he had spent the night writing. "I'll see it done, Lord Hand," Maester Tyrell replied. "Good. Is there any other business?" "No, my lord, that seems to be all," Lomas said. Jon then asked Peter and Lomas to walk with him to the Tower of The Hand kept the Master of Whisperers waiting outside while he spoke to Peter in his solar. Offering his friend a glass of wine, he pondered how to bring up what was on his mind, unsure of how much he could reveal to his closest friend. Her Grace Peter, have you noticed anything different about her? He asked. Different, my lord? In what way? Peter replied. I don't know, Peter. Just, different. It's strange, but I feel like something isn't quite right, and I wonder if it's just my imagination. I can't say that I have, my lord. I've been quite busy. However, I'll make an effort to take a closer look and see if I notice anything out of the ordinary, Peter said with a smile. Very good, Illyrio Peter. How do we truly fare with his gold? We are in tremendous debt to him, of course, Lord Hand, over 1 million gold dragons already. However, we have managed to reduce some of our debts to the Lannisters and the Tyrells. The Lannisters and the Tyrells can sing for their coin for all I care, but does Illyrio have any issues? No, my lord. That plan you were working on with the Tyrells, is it completely dead? He asked a moment later. I've had no real opportunity, my lord. Lord Mace has been quite quiet regarding tourneys, and Lord Renly was busy in the Stormlands when Ser Garlan wed. Perhaps at the tourney, we can arrange for them to meet? I'll see it done, my lord, Peter said. Thank you, Peter. Once Peter had left, Lomas walked in and took a seat. Jon reached behind him, grabbed the bottle of wine, and poured glasses for both of them. He looked at his Master of Whisperers, eager to hear more. These Red Priests, how long have they been in the West? Thoros and the other one arrived a few weeks ago, the other has been there for more than a year. A year? Aye, my lord. Does the High Septon know about this? I don't believe so, my lord. Good. I'll speak to him about it. Is there any other news you didn't wish to share in there? He asked. A few things, my lord. Lord Wyman Manderley is sailing to the west. His ship has bypassed this route to reach its destination, and it seems that more and more people are taking up the North's offer to relocate there. Our people? He asked, surprised. People from Flea Bottom, my lord? What's the offer? A better life, my lord, food, shelter, and work. Keep me informed about this. As long as it's the wretches from Flea Bottom, I have no issue with it. If it's more substantial people, tradesmen, or those of a higher standard, then I want to know. What else? Strange reports are coming from the Riverlands, my lord, Lomas said. Of what? Scorched areas of land, or Ouch's carcasses burned to a crisp, and there have been sightings, my lord. Sightings of a dragon. Jon Arryn nearly doubled over with laughter. The mere idea of a dragon flying over the Riverlands was absurd. My lord? Forgive me, Lomas. A dragon? Who came forward with these sightings? He asked, still chuckling. Some shepherds, my lord. No doubt looking for the crown to recompense them. Sheer nonsense, of course. Lomas nodded in agreement. Is that all, Lomas? The Whispering Skull, my lord, Lomas replied. The what? Jon asked, his confusion evident. I believe I'm not the only one looking into events in the realm, my lord. There's someone else, someone I've recently become aware of. I know very little, but I believe he's referred to as the Whispering Skull. Does he work alone or for someone? Jon asked, a hint of worry creeping into his voice. I do not know, my lord. However, I've set my own little birds to find out. I just wanted you to be aware that someone else is out there doing as I do, Lomas explained. Find this man, Lomas, and discover who he works for. I will, my lord. Lomas stood up and bowed before he walked from the room. The Lannisters? The Tyrells? Illyrio? Or someone else entirely? It could be anyone. He poured himself another glass of wine. Jon took a sip of wine as he began to think things through. The notion of someone actively working against them hadn't crossed his mind until now. This had the unmistakable scent of Olenna's handiwork. The withered old rose would certainly seek to learn everything she could, which explained her resistance to their efforts. With a sense of urgency, he took up a quill and quickly wrote a note to Lomas, instructing him to investigate the Tyrells more closely. Later that day, Jon knelt in the September of Baelor. He had chosen to visit the High Septon instead of having him come to see him. Feeling the need for guidance, he prayed to the Father and then to the crone. As he knelt there, his mind drifted to his failures and mistakes. He had hoped to approach his gods with a sense of happiness, content in the knowledge that he had fulfilled his duty and brought the heathens into the fold, that his life had not been in vain. Yet the north was further from the faith than ever, and the west was in danger of slipping away as well. He felt his age weigh on him as he struggled to rise. As he made his way to the High Septon Solar, he passed the statues of the warrior, the stranger, the smith, the mother, and the maiden. Each of them had received his prayers at some time, and he knew his time was coming when he would soon see them all in person. "Is His Holiness inside?" Jon asked. The Septa nodded and opened the door, allowing him to enter the room. "Ah, Lord Hand, it is indeed an honor to have you grace my humble solar," the portly High Septon said. Jon Arryn tried not to grimace at the surroundings that were anything but humble. "The honor is mine, High Septon. I come to you with a matter of the gravest urgency," he replied, taking a seat and accepting the wine the High Septon offered. "A fortuitous visit indeed, Lord Hand. I was planning to come speak to you myself." "You were?" "I was. I received a most strange letter from Riverrun, my lord. Lady Catelyn has joined her husband's request to dissolve their marriage and seek an annulment." "Did what?" Jon asked, raising his voice to the point of almost shouting. "A strange request, yet one not without merit. She cites many passages from the good book and several tenets of our own treatise. She also raises some interesting points regarding the North itself," the fat one replied. "Such as?" Jon asked, trying to keep his composure. "That this would show the North in its true light, painting them as the heathens that they are. It would allow her to educate her son about the shameful way she's been treated and to use the faith to do so," he explained. "This cannot be allowed, High Septon. Surely you're not considering such a thing?" Jon protested. "The most devout and I will discuss it later. Septa Mordain personally brought the letter to me, and she spoke very favorably about the veracity of Lady Catelyn's faith," the High Septon said. "The king would not be pleased by this, High Septon," Jon said, striving to maintain a steady tone. "A matter to be discussed later, once the most devout have made a decision, nothing before that. Now, Lord Hand, focus on your own matters," the High Septon instructed. Jon then told him about the Red Priests, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he noticed the man's growing worry. He was even more pleased when the High Septon threatened action against Lord Jaime should he consider conversion. On his way back to the Red Keep, Jon was summoned to see Robert. He found the king drinking while gazing up at the head on the spike, Viserys' pained features staring back down at him. "The tourney, Jon. It's arranged?" Robert asked. "It is, Your Grace. The Ravens will leave tonight," Jon confirmed. "Good. I want them to see him, Jon." "I want them all to see him," Robert said, laughing as he took a swig of his wine. In the north, in the year 297 AC, Ned had a difficult conversation with Maester Aemon. The recriminations came thick and fast, and Ned found it hard to argue against them. Everything Aemon accused him of was true, something Jon, Benjen, Howland, and others, not to mention Ned himself, felt they had done wrong. Still, he was relieved to see that Aemon recognized and welcomed his support for Jon now. The conversations among their family were warm and cheerful. Aemon expressed his pride in the man their nephew was becoming, while Benjen shared his own feelings of pride. Yet, throughout it all, Ned sensed something was amiss. It wasn't until he broke his fast the following morning that he realized what it was. Elle had been absent from their discussions, unable to join in, and that felt wrong to him. Once she had completed her duties and finished her lessons with Beth and Jane, Ned invited her to join him in the godswood. He was sitting there with Lya and Frost when she arrived. The two wolves had become inseparable since Benjen's arrival, so much so that his brother suggested he take them both to Moat Cailin with him. Ned watched as Elle gave both wolves a quick rub and then smiled at him as she settled into her seat. Elle, there's something I need to tell you, a secret I've kept even from Cat, but one I cannot keep from you, he said, meeting her gaze. He's Brandon's, isn't he? She asked softly. What? Jon, he's not your son. None of us truly believed it, Ned. Of Brandon, yes, but of you, no, she said, smiling gently as she looked at him. Jon is not my son, but no, he's not Brandon's either, Ned replied, taking a deep breath. Jon is the trueborn son of Lyanna and Rhaegar Targaryen. Elle gasped. But how? I don't. The rebellion was built on lies, Elle. Over the years, I've discovered the truth. There were forces at work to remove the Targaryens, and they used my sister and Rhaegar to help them do it. But he was married, wasn't he? Annulled. I've seen the papers myself, Elle. Letters were sent and intercepted, some were destroyed. But people knew and kept the truth hidden. So Jon is his father's heir? Jon is king in all but name, Elle. Soon, he will be that too. She looked at him, astonished. Would you fight a war for him? I already am. I'm not alone, Lord Jaime. Lady Olenna, Prince Oberyn, the West, the Reach, Dorne, and the North are all with him. Why are you telling me this? She asked. When I married Cat, I didn't truly know her. Even after what happened with Lyanna, I didn't know the full truth about Jon. I only understood that his identity placed him in danger, so I claimed him as my own son and buried the secret deep. You never told her anything? I couldn't. At first, I thought it was to keep Jon safe. Over time, it became about how she felt about the boy. If you only knew half of it, but I couldn't trust her, and I'm not sorry I didn't tell her, he said, just as Lya walked over and rubbed against him. You don't think she may have? No. She wouldn't have loved him or cared for him. The threat she believed he posed would have just manifested differently. Instead of a bastard who might usurp Robb, he would have been a danger to all our heads. He interrupted her, watching as she nodded in understanding. You trust me? I do, he replied, smiling at her. She leaned forward and kissed him softly, their kiss quickly becoming more passionate. When she pulled away, he looked at her and saw her nod. I've seen Robert more than once. He stayed at our keep when he came north after the rebellion, and I witnessed how he acted in Highgarden, not to mention his son. Jon is a far better man than he is, and he'll be a far better king. So if he's who you seek to support, then he has my loyalty as well. He kissed her again, and they left 2 days later, beginning their ride to Moat Cailin. They stopped at Cerwyn to speak with Medgar, informing him that the wedding would be held soon and that all they were waiting for was the chance to tell the children. Once that was done, they would be wed, and Medgar was thrilled at the news. Even more so when he saw that Ned had kept his promise, ensuring his daughter's honor remained intact. Arriving at the moat. A little over 2 weeks later, he was surprised to find Howland and some of his men waiting for them. The look on his friend's face stirred a sense of concern within him. Once they settled in, Howland, Elle, and he gathered in the solar of the gate tower. Howland greeted Elle warmly, clearly pleased with the news he was about to share. What is it, Howland? He asked as Elle poured ale for all of them. Viserys Targaryen is dead, Howland replied. What? How? Robert took his head himself, Ned, Howland said, shocking him. I don't understand. I thought he was in Essos. He was. I don't know all the details, just that Robert executed Viserys personally and wants to throw a tourney to celebrate. A tourney to celebrate the killing of a boy? How old was Viserys? 18, Howland answered. A boy still, Ned said, and Elle nodded in agreement. Aye, Howland confirmed. Any word from Jon? Ned asked. Howland shook his head. Can you get a raven to him? Elle inquired, and Ned turned to her with a grateful smile. Aye, I'll make sure one is sent. Over the next few days, they examined the moat and the surrounding lands. Fixing up the keep wouldn't pose a significant challenge. They could bring in stone and clear the ground where the old wooden keep had once stood. The drunken tower would need some support to correct its lean, while the gate and children's towers required mostly cosmetic work. In time, they could build more towers, and the walls to the north and east would need attention as well. However, getting the keep up and running as a fully functional stronghold wouldn't take them too long. This left them with the pressing issue of income and supplies for the keep. Howland took him for a ride along the Fever River. The fish were plentiful, and some of the small settlements could provide a bit of income, he supposed. The river itself, however, could be transformed into something greater, a trading post, perhaps, or a stop-off point leading into Blazewater Bay. This idea was beyond his current understanding. Ned could see the potential and possibilities before him, but he realized he didn't know enough about trade to take full advantage of it. He decided to speak to Jon, Luwin, and Wyman about it later. For now, he recognized the need to build a watchtower overlooking the river's headwaters. How did you get on? Elle asked as they rode away from the moat, beginning their journey back to Winterfell. It's less than I imagined. With time, perhaps it could be restored to something close to its former glory. For now, there's not a huge amount of work to turn it into a decent keep. Have you decided who to give it to? She inquired. I don't know. One of Ricard's boys seems best, I think. Eddard? Aye, he'll need a decent match. I'd say one of Meage's girls, but she'd hit me with her mace, Elle joked, making him laugh. Aye, best we avoid that then, he replied, chuckling along with her. The ride back took on a somber tone as he thought of how his nephew might be feeling. He didn't know much about Viserys Targaryen and had been relieved there was no mention of Daenerys. But he understood how Jon would perceive the news, and that worried him even more as they approached Winterfell, knowing he would soon see another of Jon's kin, someone else who would be grieving over the loss of more family. He resolved to speak to the old maester later, to offer his condolences and let him know about the note he had sent to Jon, hoping that would suffice. Yet he knew it wasn't enough. In truth, it was a poor offer he was making them both. Words alone wouldn't right this wrong. Not his, nor his house's. This wrong would be addressed by the Targaryens, and it would be answered in fire and blood. Casterly Rock, 297 AC. Speaking to Jaime had lifted Jaehaerys Targaryen spirit somewhat, but it was the plans forming in his mind and the news of Joy's imminent return that truly brightened his mood. While people may have thought him sullen or brooding since he had witnessed his, Jaehaerys was far from mourning his uncle's death. Instead, he was plotting his ascent to the throne, discarding and reworking various scenarios in his mind. War was inevitable. Even if he were to attack King's Landing and eliminate Robert, his brothers and supporters would quickly retaliate, bringing the conflict right to his doorstep. He had to be prepared. His armies needed to be ready, and risks had to be taken to ensure their strength. The Shadows had become his allies, each move carefully calculated to prevent his identity from leaking out. Viserys' death only reinforced his need for secrecy, but he knew he couldn't hide much longer, nor did he want to. His wife was hundreds of leagues away, separated from him by both distance and the shadows he inhabited. Jaehaerys felt the weight of this separation pressing on his mind, leaving him restless. The conversation he was about to have with Thoros had been rehearsed in his head so many times that he nearly laughed at how he had returned to the version he had discarded just a day ago. Gathering his resolve, he entered the room where 5 servants of the Red God sat, anxiously awaiting his words. Thoros, Jaehaerys began, I'm not sure how much you know about me or what Melisandre and Kinvara have revealed. Only that you are important to our God and that I should look to the flames to find the truth, Thoros replied. Have you? Jaehaerys asked. I've looked and seen nothing, Thoros admitted, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Would you look with me? Jaehaerys proposed, and Thoros nodded in agreement. The blood, my prince, Kinvara whispered as he passed her, and he acknowledged her with a nod. He walked to the fire with Thoros, and once he reached it, he took his knife and reopened the cut on his palm, the scar barely healed since he'd made the incision last week. Allowing his blood to drip into the flames, he heard a gasp behind him. He turned to see Kinvara's smiling face, while Thoros remained focused, staring intently into the fire. As Jaehaerys looked at the flames, he saw the Tower of Joy. He saw his mother's face and his father's smile from days long past. He watched as his father played with a young silver-haired boy, no more than 5 named days old, who laughed joyfully as Rhaegar tossed him into the air and caught him again. A woman stood nearby, smiling as she observed their playful interaction. Her hair mirrored the silver of both Rhaegar and the boy, and her eyes sparkled with warmth. In the vision, he saw the boy standing beside the throne while a scruffy-haired man spoke to him. A knight clad in white then walked him out of the room. Thoros's voice pulled him from the flames, and Jay blinked through teary eyes to focus on the red priest kneeling before him. My sword is yours, my prince. Ask of me what you will, Thoros said. Rise, Thoros. Rise, and let us speak further. There is something I believe you'd like to see, Jay replied, and Thoros stood as instructed. In front of the dragons, he, Thoros, and Melisandre discussed the future and the actions that may need to be taken. Kinvara would leave with Thoros and Melisandre's guards the following day. They would take a ship to Bear Island and receive supplies and horses for their journey to the Wall and beyond. Thoros promised to meet with Lord Beric, vowing to do his best to persuade him to join Jay when the time was right, or to keep him out of the fight altogether. Melisandre was set to head to Essos to connect with the Company of the Rose and deliver a letter from him, a request along with an offer of a reward he hoped they would accept. If they refused, she was to travel to Volantis to gather men of the Fiery Hand and seek out his aunt. We will do as you bid, my prince, Melisandre said. I look forward to seeing you all again, to stand with you in the fight to come, Jay said, his voice steady and resolute. As do I, my prince. I'll speak to our allies and prepare them for your arrival, Kinvara added. Stay safe, my lady. Stay safe, and I shall come, he said as Kinvara nodded in agreement. My prince, I shall do my best to bring him on board. I give you my word, Thoros replied, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Lady Melisandre, a moment, he called out as they walked back up the beach. My prince? She responded. I want to thank you, my lady, for all you've done for me. If I haven't shown my full appreciation, let me do so now. I have welcomed your presence here, and I wish you a safe journey and a safe return, he said, his voice sincere. Melisandre smiled. R'hllor brought me to you by his will, my prince. Should he will it, I will be returned. Then if I'm truly his chosen, he'll grant me the favor and bring you back safely, he said, watching her smile as she walked away. That night, he wrote letters, one to Daenerys, one to the Company of the Rose, another to the Free Folk, one to Ser Jorah, and finally, one to Arya. Some letters carried offers and requests, while others expressed affection and love. He hoped they would be accepted for what they were, and he wondered if he was doing the right thing by sending them. The next day, he handed the letters to Kinvara and Melisandre, bidding them farewell. He prayed to both his own God and theirs to see them safely on their journey. As he rode back, he found himself in a strange mood. He had set some things in motion, and he planned to speak with Jaime about informing Richard, his uncle Ned, and Lord Wyman and Lady Meech. He also intended to send word to Lady Olenna and Margaery. The shadows would hold him back for a little while longer, but the light was starting to peek through, and he could no longer hide among them. "Jon!" He heard an excited voice as he stepped out of the lift. Suddenly, he saw her running toward him. "Joy," he said happily, grabbing her and lifting her up as she jumped into his arms. "I missed you, Jon, so much." "Did you miss me?" she asked, her eyes shining as he spun her around. "Of course I did, princess." "So much," he replied, smiling broadly. "Do you want to see how much?" he asked, and she nodded. Gently releasing her from his embrace, he spread his arms wide, watching her gaze. "This much. This is how much I missed you," he said. When she smiled, his own smile appeared almost instantly. Kneeling down, he called her closer and whispered in her ear. Her eyes went wide as she glanced around, checking to see if he was joking. When she realized he wasn't, she nodded happily, and he kissed her cheek. During dinner, she excitedly shared stories about her time at Castamere. Cregan nodded in agreement, almost as if on cue at certain points of her tale. Jay glanced at Jerian and Ashera, who sat closely together, and then at Cregan, who seemed completely at ease with it. Joy, too, accepted it as the way things should be. When it was time for her story, they took the lift down to the bottom. Joy hadn't changed out of her riding clothes since returning. Soon, they were out on the beach, and Jay took her hand as Rhaenys emerged from the cave, with Lygaron following closely behind. Approaching the dragons, he shared his plan with Lygaron and Rhaenys, and his sister was thrilled to have Joy join them for the evening flight. "Are you ready, Joy?" he asked. "Ready," she replied, her voice brimming with eagerness, showing no signs of nervousness. Helping her onto the dragon's back, he ensured she was securely seated in front of him. Wrapping his arms around her, he leaned forward. "Suvgan Rhaenys," he commanded, feeling Joy take a deep breath as they soared into the sky. They flew slowly at first, and he nearly laughed when he felt her fidget. Though she was enjoying herself, it was speed she craved, and speed was what he would give her. "Suvgan Adir, hey se gelmio Rhaenys," he urged. "Fly fast, like the wind Rhaenys." His sister complied, and Joy's laughter echoed through the tranquil night. The night air was filled with excitement as Rhaenys soared swiftly across the water. They flew high, dipped low, turned sharply, and dropped quickly, all the while Joy laughed and glanced back at him. The sight of her smiling face, her hair streaming in the wind, brought him comfort and joy. He lost track of time during their flight, only realizing that it was he, not Joy or Rhaenys, who decided it was time to land. "Kirim vos mandia," he said, leaning into Rhaenys's head before turning to Joy as they walked back up the beach. "That was so much fun. Can we do it again? How about tomorrow? Can we fly again tomorrow, Jon?" Joy asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. He couldn't help but laugh even more. "How about we go for a ride on the horses tomorrow, Joy?" She responded with a playful sigh. "Horses? Well, they'll do, I suppose." That night, he read to her, but her enthusiasm for flying had worn her out, and Joy fell asleep before he had even really begun. Their story time had evolved over time. Jon had almost turned it into lessons, with stories becoming little tests that Joy passed with ease. He kissed her forehead and made his way down to his room, eagerly anticipating Richard's arrival. He couldn't wait to get to work. Casterly Rock, 297 AC, Wyman stood on the deck of the Merman's Trident with his granddaughters and Robb, watching as Lannisport came into view. As they looked down at the docks, Wyman smiled upon seeing Kevin and his son, along with their guards, waiting to greet them. He noticed that Robb and the girls seemed a bit disappointed that Jon wasn't there, but he had expected Jon to welcome them at Casterly Rock rather than here. "Wyman, it's good to see you," Kevin said, greeting him warmly. "You too, Kevin. May I present my granddaughters? Winifred, Willa, and my squire, Lord Robb Stark," he said as Kevin greeted them all with the same warmth he had shown him. "This is my son, Lancel," Kevin introduced, and soon they were riding through the bustling streets of Lannisport. Lancel chatted with Robb and the girls, while Kevin's demeanor hinted at something being amiss, even if he didn't say it outright. Upon arriving at Kevin's large and luxurious home, they were met by his other two sons, Martin and Willem. Kevin explained that Dorna was resting in bed, expecting a new baby soon. Lancel and his brothers escorted Robb and the girls to their rooms, while he walked with Kevin to his solar, declining the offer to go to his own room for the time being. No sooner had he sat down than the meal was served, and he was relieved to see Kevin joining him. "What's wrong, Kevin?" he asked as he started to eat. "You haven't heard about King's Landing?" Kevin replied, raising an eyebrow. Wyman shook his head. He had heard nothing. "Viserys Targaryen was executed by Robert. He did it personally," Kevin said. "I thought he was hiding somewhere in Essos," Wyman responded. "He was, but Mopatus, the magister funding the crown, brought him to Robert," Kevin explained. "I take it Jon's aware?" "He is. In fact, he witnessed it," Wyman. "Don't ask me how, but he saw it, as did Jaime and Arthur." "By the gods. I take it he's not handling it well?" Wyman asked, concern creeping into his voice. "Surprisingly, he is. But it's made him even more determined. I think it's brought things closer, Wyman. We're not far from war, and it's fortunate you've come when you did," Kevin said, and Wyman smiled as he took a swallow of wine. "What about our men in Essos?" Wyman inquired. "Ah, the Company of the Rose, Wyman. That's who I was sent to negotiate with, and that's who I went to see. They nearly threw me out until I mentioned Jon's name," Kevin laughed. "His true name?" Wyman asked, intrigued. "No, just Jon," Kevin replied, shaking his head. They had heard of Snow. "Once I mentioned his name and told them that Northmen had died alongside my own, they took the contract. I'm expecting word soon." "Good. The North remembers," Wyman replied. "As does the West, my friend," Kevin said, raising his glass in a toast. That night, they feasted together. Wyman had the pleasure of meeting Kevin's good father, Harry's, and his wife, Dorna, who was feeling much better. He smiled as the dancing began, watching his granddaughters twirl with Kevin's sons, and Winifred often found herself partnered with her betrothed. But it was Willa who caught his attention. She had danced with Lancel more than anyone else, her laughter and smiles evident as they moved together. Wyman glanced over and saw that Kevin had noticed too, a smile spreading across his face as he observed them. If Willa and Lancel got along, perhaps they could forge an arrangement, bringing their houses closer together. He felt certain Kevin would support such a match. The next morning, they were taken to Casterly Rock, where they would stay for a few nights before returning and spending another week with Kevin. Wyman was pleasantly surprised when Lancel joined them on the journey, the two of them animatedly discussing their ride to the rock. Arriving at Casterly Rock was awe-inspiring. The fortress rose majestically from the mountainside, and Wyman felt a wave of relief and happiness when he learned there was a lift to take them to the top. In the courtyard, they were greeted by Lord Jaime and Daisy, Lady Jenna and her children, and beside them stood Jon, accompanied by a blonde girl and his friends. "Lord Wyman, welcome to Casterly Rock," Lord Jaime said, stepping forward. "It's an honor to finally see your home, Lord Jaime," Wyman replied, offering a nod before greeting Daisy and Jenna. Finally, he stood before Jon, his king, who smiled warmly at him. "Lord Wyman, a pleasure, truly," Jon said, and Wyman nodded in response. He smiled back. "For me as well, Jon." Once the greetings were completed and they were shown to their rooms, he knew he would have to wait to speak with Jon and Jaime. He had no desire to go behind the king's back, and his granddaughters, along with Jon's brother, would occupy his time for now. Instead, he simply enjoyed being at the rock. As he walked down to watch the sparring matches, he took great pleasure in seeing Jon spar up close, more so than Robb did, although he did smile as he yielded. That night, they feasted once again, and once again, Willa spent more time dancing with Lancel than with anyone else. Wyman and Kevin exchanged glances more than once. Jaime was friendly, and Dacey was eager to learn about the happenings in the north. Wyman also found himself enjoying conversations with Lady Jenna. Her wit and cleverness were a stark contrast to her husband's lack of both. As he sipped some wine, Jon approached him, his walk purposeful and his expression serious. Wyman stood up to meet him halfway and followed when Jon gestured for him to come along. Jon led him to a small balcony just off the main room. Wyman noticed that Jorah stood at the door while Arthur remained a few feet away, ensuring that they had privacy for whatever Jon wished to discuss. "Forgive me, my lord," Jon began. "I had hoped to let you enjoy the feast and speak with you tomorrow, but time is pressing, and there are things you need to know and see before we discuss further." "Of course, Jon." "You've heard about King's Landing?" Jon asked. "I have, Jon. I'm sorry for your loss." "I thank you, my lord, but there's nothing anyone can say or do to ease my pain. Only bringing Robert Baratheon to his knees would accomplish that. To that end, before you head to your room tonight, I ask that you join me in the vaults, along with Robb and Winifred." "Willa?" he inquired, wondering why his youngest granddaughter was being left out. "I know they both understand the truth, my lord, and I'm not leaving Willa out due to any lack of trust. My reasons are far more practical," Jon explained. "Lancel?" he asked, and Jon smiled. "They make a good match, and I've never seen Lancel so eager before, my lord. I believe he'll try to escort her to her room, and I wouldn't want to hinder that unless you're against the match." Wyman replied, "It's a good match, yes, Jon. Even if Kevin and I weren't friends, or if Kevin didn't get along with Wylis, which he does, I'm in favor of it. Then we should do nothing to spoil it. For now, Willa will be left out of what I'm about to show you. Later, when Lancel isn't around, I'll bring her myself." "Very well, Jon," Wyman agreed. He found himself anxiously awaiting the end of the feast, and when it finally concluded, time seemed to stretch on endlessly. At last, Robb and Winifred knocked on his door. Together, they made their way to the lift, where Jon and Arthur were waiting. As they descended, Jon informed them he was taking them to the vaults, where his rooms were located, and then to the beach beyond. They laughed and joked on the way down, with Robb teasing Jon about something while Winifred stepped in to support her betrothed when Jon gained the upper hand. Grey Wind and Ghost merely watched as the two brothers caught up with one another. Wyman felt glad that Winifred was coming along and that Willa would eventually see whatever it was they were about to reveal. Once Robb had been told the truth, Wyman knew he needed to inform his granddaughters. To his surprise, both of them took it far better than he had expected. "When you see them, don't be alarmed, you're quite safe," Jon said as they walked through the corridor of the vaults. "You sleep down here?" Robb asked. I need to be close to her, to them," Jon replied, and Wyman realized then that he was speaking of the dragons. The cove was dark but peaceful, and Jon led them to where Jorah, Loras, Brienne, Cregan, and another girl were standing. Wyman soon discovered that it was Prince Oberyn's daughter, Sarella. Jon leaned in and whispered to Robb before stepping away. Robb's excitement was palpable as he turned to Winifred to share his thoughts. The three of them watched eagerly as Jon entered the cave, and then gasped in unison when something emerged. A bronze dragon, at least 60 feet long, shimmered in the light. In the blink of an eye, it took to the air. Normally, that would have been enough to capture their attention, but it was what followed that truly astonished them. A massive white dragon, nearly twice the size of the bronze one, appeared next. Its sheer size was imposing, and seeing Jon walk calmly beside it was surreal. While the bronze dragon moved awkwardly, its front legs serving as wings, the white dragon glided gracefully on all fours. He's not, is he? Winifred asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. Wyman looked over just in time to see Jon lean into the dragon and then climb onto its back. He is, Loras confirmed. Wyman might have turned to look at the boy, but just then, the dragon took to the air. It soared effortlessly, and within moments, it was out of sight. They stood in stunned silence until the sky erupted in flames, the bright glow against the night sending a shiver down Wyman's spine. As Jon flew overhead, he was no more than 50 feet off the ground. The wind from a dragon's wings whipped up the sand, nearly knocking them off their feet. The dragon landed gracefully about 20 feet away, and Jon climbed down easily. He leaned against the dragon's head, speaking in a language that Wyman didn't understand. Soon, Jon walked toward them, the dragon ascending once more, heading out to sea for reasons Wyman couldn't fathom. "The bronze is Lygaron, my son," Jon said, looking directly at Wyman. "The white is Rhaenys, my sister." All Wyman could do was nod and smile. Dragons. They had dragons, and they were clearly prepared for whatever lay ahead. Casterly Rock, 297 AC, second moon. Jaehaerys Targaryen. Robb had been in awe watching the dragon soar through the sky, and he was even more amazed when Jon promised to take him for a flight one day. Rhaenys and Lygaron had relished the chance to show off their abilities. When he had asked them to unleash their flames, Jon was surprised by how effortlessly and dramatically they did so. He had some idea of Rhaenys's power, but Lygaron was growing quickly, and his flames were far more impressive than Jon had anticipated. Jon needed Wyman to witness this, just as Kevin, Jenna, and Jaime had already done. They all understood that the dragons were ready. Although Lady Olenna hadn't seen the flames, she had seen the dragon itself. Jon had ensured that his visit to Highgarden included a demonstration of just how he had arrived there. "You're sure about this?" he asked. Lady Olenna nodded. "It's a dragon, Jon. You flew here on a dragon, and I want to see it for myself." "Her," Jon corrected. "I wish to see her." "I'm sure your wife and sister would like to see her too, as would Willis." "You're flying over the realm, Jon. People will talk, and if this gets out, we could be at war. I need to know they're ready." "They're ready," Jon said, smiling. After making the arrangements for the ride to the meeting point where Rhaenys would join them, Olenna agreed that only left and right could travel the last few miles. They set out with Jay, Margaery, and Sansa riding together. Margaery had seen Rhaenys before, but this would be Sansa's first encounter, and Jon felt nervous about her reaction. Explaining the dragon had been challenging enough. It was one thing to talk about a dragon, it was quite another to say it was his sister, which added an extra layer of strangeness. Nevertheless, Sansa had accepted it and looked forward to seeing Rhaenys, while Jon felt his anticipation build. Sansa's eagerness to meet the dragon was palpable. They left their escort at the edge of the forest, and Lady Olenna relaxed once both he and Sansa confirmed that there were no people around for miles. Fawn's instincts and Rhaenys's presence reassured them both. Jay heard a gasp as Rhaenys came into view, and he turned to see it was Olenna, not Sansa, who had reacted. "She's so beautiful," Sansa said, and Jay couldn't agree more. He helped Margaery and Sansa down from their horses, and assisted Olenna from the cart she had reluctantly taken after swapping her carriage when they reached the woods. Holding the hands of his wife and sister, with Arthur walking alongside Olenna, they approached Rhaenys. Without hesitation, Margaery reached out to touch Rhaenys's head. When Sansa saw her do it, she followed suit, while Lady Olenna needed a bit of encouragement before she joined in. "She will grow more?" Olenna asked, her curiosity piqued. "She will, for many more years," he replied, noting the smile that spread across her face. "And she can produce flames?" Olenna inquired further. "If she wished to, she could burn this wood down completely," Jay said, feeling his sister's agreement echo in his mind. After a flurry of questions and promises to both Sansa and Margaery that he would take them for rides whenever he could, he and Arthur escorted them back to their guards. Jay said his goodbyes, which were difficult, and Olenna whispered that she was ready whenever needed. Then he and Arthur turned to head back, preparing to fly back to the rock. With that thought in mind, Jay realized he would need to show others just how ready the dragons would be when the time came. Although he hadn't expected to find himself rushing to prepare for war, the death of Viserys had made it clear that they couldn't afford to wait. The war needed to come on their terms, at a time of their choosing, and it needed to be sooner rather than later. He walked on, the weight of that knowledge settling heavily on his shoulders. Jon entered the room and found Jaime, Kevan, Jenna, Jerian, and Wyman waiting for him. There were others he wished to speak with, and according to a whisper he had received, Richard would be arriving soon. He wanted to talk to his uncle Ned, although Wyman could relay a message if necessary. He also regretted that Tyrion wasn't still there. If he had waited, he could have traveled with a message to Oberyn. Instead, Jon hoped that his ravens would arrive just as his uncle did. While Jorah and Walder waited outside, Jon asked Arthur to join him inside. The knight was glad to be included in the planning stages, and Jon valued his input. Unfortunately, when they arrived, Jon discovered that Robert had another surprise in store for him. "Jon," Jaime said, handing him a raven. Jon took it and read quickly. "He's nothing if not consistent." "Gods, what a fool," he muttered, looking at the others. "What do we do, Jon?" Jenna asked. "We go. Anything else would seem strange." "We go and enjoy Robert's last tourney," he replied, receiving nods of agreement. "My niece and nephew?" Jenna inquired. "As for Marcella, I don't know. I need to speak to Barristan." "Tommen I'll sort out personally," Jon said, and Jenna nodded in understanding. "What are your orders, my king?" Wyman asked. "We need to move, to gather everyone we can or will need. It's time the lords of the north learned the truth, Lord Wyman, and the lords of the west and reach as well," Jon stated, watching as Jaime nodded and Kevan looked to him before also nodding a moment later. "We can use the tourney to bring more into the fold, but we need to be careful. My father tried to do the same, and in the end, it cost him and my mother's lives, along with far too many of my family. I won't have King's Landing become my harrenhal," Jay said. "Loyalist houses only during the tourney, my king. Those on the fence can wait until we're safely back in the west," Arthur advised. "Agreed. We make no move until Tyrion is back either. Do nothing until we know that everyone we care about is as safe as we can make them," Jon said, noticing Kevan nodding in approval. "The dragons are ready?" Jerian asked. "They are. Lygaron and Tyrion are in sync, and Rhaenys and I are prepared," Jon replied, receiving nods from the group. "What about the ships?" Jaime inquired. "They're practically warships as they stand. 2 new ones should be ready before the tourney ends." "I'll have them outfitted even more thoroughly," Kevan assured them. "I'll see to it that 2 of my own are fitted out as well," Wyman added. "And the Magister?" Jaime asked. "Richard will handle him. I'll prepare the letters to deal with Baelish myself," Jon stated. "Then we're agreed. Once the tourney ends, we prepare for war?" Jenna asked. "Agreed," Jerian confirmed. "Agreed," Kevan echoed, followed by Wyman, Jaime, and finally Jenna herself. "I thank you all for what you've done and will do for me." "I won't forget it," Jon said as he walked out of the room, eager to tell Rhaenys that it was almost time. There was still much to be done. He needed to speak to Richard and write letters to his uncle Ned and others. But as he took the lift down with Arthur, Jorah, and Walder beside him, Jon felt better than he had in some time. "Are you with me?" he asked simply. "To the death, my king," Arthur replied, as did Jorah and Walder. Jon nodded, closing his eyes and praying it wouldn't come to that for any of the people he cared for. Beyond the wall, 297 AC, Bloodraven. War was inevitable, it had always been on the horizon. He had started and participated in more than one conflict, instigating others since his arrival. Some were mere battles, and in one, he had nearly achieved his goals, only for the old gods to intervene. While deep beneath the sea, he had watched and waited. Though it took time, he finally found the thread he had sought. Family ties no longer bound him, and he had taken his. Jon's life had been filled with battles before, and soon, it would be again. But this time, it would be a fight for the ages. For years, he had tried to prevent this moment from arriving. He had done everything in his power to influence events, believing it would be better to eliminate the warrior before he could become the man he was destined to be. Despite his efforts, he had failed. He had killed the warrior's mother and father, only for the child to be born to someone else. He had witnessed both parents die, yet the child still came into the world. He had manipulated circumstances to ensure the child wouldn't grow as he should, but the gods had taken sides and worked against him. If it had only been the old gods, he might have matched their schemes, perhaps even kept his intentions hidden. But their brother had also played a role, sending his own favors and wisdom to the boy. Death terrified him because he knew what awaited him on the other side. It was the reason he had accepted their offer, and it made the gods foolish for giving it to him. Now, alongside their servants, who he had conditioned to serve him, it was time to play once more, and the stakes had never been higher. "You are sure of this?" Leaf asked. "I am. You must see them fall. They come to serve the great other, and they will be here soon," he replied, watching as Leaf nodded in understanding. "Where?" she asked. "Wait for them near the fist. They should come to you within the next 2 moons, he instructed. Leaf nodded again, her determination evident. "End them, Leaf. Give them no quarter, as they will not give you any," he urged, and he noted the fierce look in her eyes. Strange alliances were nothing new to him, but he recognized he was making an ally of the strangest kind. Self-preservation outweighed everything else for him. Let the Night King have the free folk, or most of them anyway. The boy would win but ultimately lose to him in the process, and then he would be free to act once more. He felt the connection between them growing stronger, the blood bond soon to be fully realized. When the time came, he would have the upper hand, and he silently thanked Aemon for this opportunity. Closing his eyes, he envisioned her mismatched eyes, with a pin resting in her hand, she pierced her skin, and he did the same. In that moment, a bond formed between them, a connection that lingered for quite some time. However, when she left, the link faded, leaving only remnants of what had once been. This is why he had no hesitation in letting it go. Yet, even he had never anticipated that it would play such a crucial role in his plan. "I'll see you soon, my prince. Your dreams will be mine to play with," he said, closing his eyes as he sank beneath the sea once more. Chapter 98, The Best Laid Plans of Mice and Men. Casterly Rock, 297 AC. Richard stood on the shores of Casterly Rock, the sound of waves crashing against the sand filling the air. The lion's roar had made an unexpected stop in King's Landing, but Richard was relieved. The captain had adjusted his journey, taking Richard directly to the west and cutting down the travel time by nearly a moon. Just over 3 weeks had passed since Viserys' execution when he finally arrived in Lannisport. Without bothering to send word ahead, he rode straight from the city to Casterly Rock, knowing that his king would want to speak with him immediately. He was right. Richard was guided through the vaults and out to the beach, where Jors led him to a sparring match taking place in the sand. Jay and Arthur were locked in combat, their movements quick and agile. Richard stood beside Jors, watching intently until the match concluded. Jay caught sight of him, his face lighting up with a smile as he approached, Arthur trailing behind. "Richard, it's good to see you," Jay said warmly. "You too, my king. I came as quickly as I could." "Much appreciated, Richard. Have you eaten?" "No." "Come, let's eat. We have a lot to talk about." They walked back up the beach and into the vaults. Richard was surprised when they took the lift to the family wing. Inside, the room was empty, and they settled down, food soon brought to them. As they ate, conversation was sparse. Jay inquired about Richard's well-being and mentioned that Wyman and his brother were in attendance. Richard was already aware of this, but it would soon be confirmed. Lord Wyman, Jay said as the Lord of White Harbor entered and took a seat. John, Richard, Wyman greeted, digging into his meal. Wyman, too, kept the conversation light, mentioning that he had expected Jay to ride with the others that morning. Jay explained that he had been waiting for Richard and wanted to get straight to work. This surprised Richard a bit, even though he had sent word he was on the Lion's Roar. Richard was taken aback. He hadn't expected them to know when he would arrive. Once Jay finished saying his goodbyes to Wyman, Richard followed him as he took the lift down to the vaults. "How did you know I'd arrive today, John?" Richard asked, worried that he had been compromised. "I've been looking for you along the route, using birds to track your progress. Once I found you, I knew when the Lion's Roar would arrive, so I waited," Jay explained. "You can do that?" Richard asked, surprised, not just by the warging, but by Jay's ability to stay connected long enough to locate him. "You'd be surprised at what I can do, Richard." Jay closed his eyes. Right now, Ghost is running with his brother ahead of all the others. Loras and Rob just lost a race to Joy, and Cregan is teasing them about it, making Willa and Winifred laugh. "It's that easy for you?" Richard inquired. "With Ghost or any animal I've already warged into, it's almost instant. With others, it takes a little longer to make the connection, and the further I need to go, the more I have to concentrate," Jay explained. "You don't need me. You could warg into almost any castle or keep you wish to," Richard said, only half joking. "And I'd still learn less than you do, Richard. I can warg into multiple beings, but I can't be everywhere. Even with this and the glass candles, it's not enough. However, I do have something that may help you in your work." Jay led him to his room, where only the two of them were allowed inside, with Arthur and Jors waiting outside. Once in the room, Jay walked over to a chest in the corner and returned with a glass candle wrapped in cloth. He handed it to Richard. "Once a week, Richard, we'll set aside time to communicate. Through this, I can speak to you." Richard looked at him as if he were crazy. "Speak?" I've been more motivated lately, and you know why," Jay said, leaving the rest unspoken. "I've spent my nights reading and experimenting, and I've figured some things out. I've come to understand more about the cooldown and how it works, well, almost how it works. There's still a lot more to uncover, I know there is," Jay said. "But you can actually speak to me?" he asked again, seeking confirmation. "If you want to see it in action, Richard, you'll need to stay a few days," Jay replied. "I intended to," Richard said, glancing at the glass candle and contemplating how beneficial this could be if it proved true. He was beginning to believe it was. "Before you leave, we'll arrange a time. Once a week, I will light it, and we can talk. Anything you need to tell me, you can." "Why not more than once a week, Jay?" Richard inquired. "Sometimes I need to use them to see things. Once I do, I lose the chance to use them for a few days. After we speak, I lose another few. I've figured it out, I can do both only at the start and end of a week. That's the shortest time I can manage for now." "For now?" Richard echoed. "Yes. As I said, there's a lot more that can be done with them." "I'm still only scratching the surface," Jay said with a smirk. "Viserys," he added a moment later. "It was impossible, my king." I looked, Barristan looked. "Had we more time?" I know, I saw," Jay said, and Richard's head spun toward him. "You saw?" "I wished to go, to ride on Rhenix and burn the fat stag in the Red Keep to the ground, to force them to release my uncle. Rhenix wouldn't take me, so I looked and saw." You weren't the only one who had run out of time, Richard, Jay said, and Richard could see the hurt still lingered. Viserys was my uncle. I care not how he was my blood, Richard. I'm not so blessed with family that I can afford to lose any more, Jay said. Daenerys? You want me to find her? Richard asked. Jay shook his head. No, Richard, I've made arrangements for my aunt. Your job is much more pressing. He listened as Jay explained that it was time to make more direct moves. Robert holding this tournament to celebrate his killing of Viserys was a step too far. The moment was nearly upon them to remove the stags from where they didn't belong. Jay urged him to speak to the loyalists, the true supporters of his family. They needed to be brought into the fold and told the full truth. You aren't afraid of being found out? Richard asked. It's only a matter of time, Richard. I'll be found out, and when I am, it's far better that it happens on my terms than anyone else's. The tournament? I'll go. I have work to take care of there, a message to send to all who are watching, and something that will help you in your efforts. Speak only to the most loyal houses during the tournament, Richard, only those who are already with us. The rest can wait until it's over. I will, my king. Richard, the Magister, he dies. He dies, Richard replied. In Dorne, during the years 296 to 297 AC, Tyrion's excitement about traveling to Dorne had been tempered somewhat by the journey itself. Although the Lion's Tooth was as comfortable and fast as any of the Pinnacle ships, to Tyrion, this journey felt like the longest he had ever been on. He knew, of course, that it wasn't. He had traveled to King's Landing, passing Dorne on the way before. Yet, it felt that way all the same. As he sat drinking with Bronn one night, they discussed the journey. Well, more accurately, Tyrion did while Bronn made his usual smartass comments. Tyrion found he enjoyed Bronn's banter, even if it was laced with annoyance. Bronn continually brought up the fact that they had been gone for a year already, which Tyrion couldn't quite grasp. That was why the journey felt so damn long. We've been gone a week, Tyrion said, shaking his head. A year, Bronn replied, and Tyrion glared at him. We left. A week ago, he said, taking another drink. We did. And what year was it when we left? Bronn smirked. 296, he replied. Well, it's 297 now. See, we've been gone a year, Bronn said, slicing a piece of cheese with his knife and enjoying it with a mouthful of ale, grinning all the while. That's not how it works, he protested before hiccuping. It is today, Bronn laughed. The next morning, he woke up with a pounding headache. It had been years since he'd gotten fall-down drunk, and he realized it had only happened a couple of times since Jaime returned. He paid for it throughout the day, with Bronn taking great delight in how every little sound, every sudden movement, made Tyrion cringe. You need more of what we had last night, Bronn said, biting into an apple as Tyrion leaned over the side of the ship, throwing up, which amused Bronn greatly. Never again, Tyrion muttered, feeling his stomach settle a little. If I had a silver stag for every time I've said that, do you know what I'd be? Bronn chuckled. A very rich man? Tyrion laughed back. No, a damn poor one. Only a fool says never, Bronn replied, picking up his mug and handing it to Tyrion. Drink. You know it'll settle your stomach. Just have the one if it makes you feel better. Tyrion took the drink, but ended up having two. Bronn's grin faded when he realized that would be all Tyrion would be having for the foreseeable future. He asked the captain where they were and when they would arrive, feeling pleased to learn they were sailing past the salt shore and would pass Lemonwood by the morrow, reaching Sunspear that very night. The captain's word proved true, and they arrived just before nightfall. Tyrion felt both happy and slightly disappointed to see that while an escort had been sent and Prince Oberyn stood ready to greet him, Arya was not with him. Still, he was glad to see the prince again. Oberyn greeted Tyrion warmly, his smile bright and his voice as welcoming as ever. "The Lion of Lannister," Oberyn said with a grin. "The Viper of Dorne," Tyrion replied, matching his smile. "It's good to see you again, my friend. As much as I enjoy the docks, this is not where you wish to be," Oberyn remarked. "No, it's not," Tyrion agreed. Oberyn climbed into the carriage beside him, while Bronn took the prince's horse. As soon as the carriage started moving, Oberyn began to speak. "My niece sends her apologies, Tyrion. We had a visitor today before we knew you were arriving. While relations have improved with House Ironwood, if Arya had left to greet you without doing the same for them, it would have been taken as an insult. I understand. Is Arya well?" Tyrion asked, a hint of nervousness in his voice. "Eager to greet you in person, my friend," Oberyn replied with a smile. "And how are you, Oberyn? You and Ilaria, is everything well with the children?" "They are well, and I look forward to introducing you to my youngest." "How fares our nephew?" Oberyn asked. "Good. He and Rhaenys took to the sky, Oberyn. He traveled to Dorne, among other places," Tyrion explained, noticing the look of surprise on Oberyn's face. "He was here?" Oberyn asked, his curiosity piqued. "He visited the tower and even found more dragon eggs, if you can believe it. But you understand why he didn't come here, don't you?" Tyrion said. "I understand. I would have liked to see him, though," Oberyn admitted softly. "And you will again soon, no doubt." "He's not the only one who's flown, Oberyn," Tyrion added, watching as Oberyn stared at him, then burst into laughter. "A giant shadow indeed," Oberyn said. Tyrion paused, realizing the implication, recalling their earlier conversation about meeting Rhaenys for the first time. As they approached the old palace, his nerves began to rise once again. Following Oberyn into the hall, he found himself enveloped in the atmosphere of the moment. As the preparations for the night's feast unfolded, Oberyn guided Tyrion to his rooms, ensuring one of his men escorted Bronn and his guards to their own quarters. With a playful wink, Oberyn departed, leaving Tyrion alone. He opened the door and stepped inside, moving toward the bed. The room was cloaked in darkness, illuminated only by the silvery glow of the moon outside. "My lion," a voice called from behind him. He turned to see Arya standing there, her slips slipping to the floor, and he felt his heart soar. "My princess," he replied, stepping closer to her. Their embrace was quick and frenzied, far from the leisurely moments he preferred. They were like two travelers who had been denied water for months, two souls starved for connection while watching others feast on the finest of meals. Their hunger was of a different kind, and despite the urgency of their encounter, it was enough to satisfy them for now. "I'll speak to you later, when we can do this properly," Arya said with a smile, kissing him before reaching to put her slip back on. "Can't we just skip the feast and move right on to the dessert?" he asked, almost whining. She laughed and stepped closer, kissing him again. "My hungry lion," she whispered, gently biting his ear. He watched as she slipped through the door leading to the balcony. Once she was gone, he lay back on the bed, contemplating what her father would think of his intentions. Would it take revealing the full truth about himself, as Jon and Jaime suggested? Or would it be enough, as his aunt believed, to show that he was someone any man would be proud to call a good son? Whatever it took, he was determined to make Arya his wife. She had asked him to come and fight for her, and fight for her he would, perhaps even with a dragon if necessary. In Essos, in the year 297 AC, Jon Cunnington faced his own challenges. For the first few days, he felt he had failed completely, more so than at the Battle of the Bells. This felt like the greatest single failure of his life. He had allowed his king. Jon Cunnington wrestled with the weight of his decisions, realizing he had taken actions he wasn't ready for, going against his own judgment. Haldan had warned him, yet Jon had sided with Aegon, and now he bore as much responsibility as the king himself. Strangely, he didn't blame Aegon, nor did he blame himself. Instead, his true anger was directed at Daenerys Targaryen. Somehow, she had known his plans and orchestrated this outcome. There could be no other explanation. Jon struggled to comprehend the bond between dragons and their kin, but the fact that Daenerys was allied with the Red Priests, and that she had Shiera Seastar with her, told him all he needed to know. This was the darkest of magics, and it had cost him more than even Robert Baratheon had taken from him. "Well?" Jon asked as Haldon walked from the room, his voice thick with frustration. He sat at the table, drinking heavily. "I've done what I can," Haldon replied. "He rests, and until, or if, he wakes, we'll know no more." It was the same answer Haldon had given him for over a moon. Aegon rested, but he had not woken, and perhaps he never would. Jon swallowed his drink and entered the cabin, where his king lay on the bed, covered in bandages. One side of Aegon's face was entirely obscured, his arm and side heavily wrapped, yet he still breathed. Aegon demonstrated a strength that kept him alive where a lesser man would have succumbed. "I'm sorry, my prince." "Forgive me," Jon whispered, tears streaming down his face as he lay in bed that night. His nightly prayers to Rhaegar for absolution went unanswered. Lemore too was deeply affected by Aegon's injuries. The September prayed more frequently and reverently than before. She stood vigil over Aegon's bedside, singing softly to him, washing him, changing his sheets, and feeding him. Apart from Haldon, she spent the most time with him. Jon needed to be nearly drunk before he could face the evidence of his failure. The first time Aegon woke should have been a moment of joy, but the screams of pain that erupted from Aegon tore at Jon's insides. It got so bad that Haldon had to give him a draught to send him back to sleep. Yet, just the fact that Aegon was able to wake up on his own filled Jon with a glimmer of hope. Over the following weeks, Aegon began to wake more frequently, but Jon's drinking spiraled out of control, leading both Lemore and Duck to lose their tempers with him. "Who are you serving by drinking, Jon?" "Not Aegon. He needs you, and you're in no state to help him, to guide him, or to see him through this," Lemore said, her voice laced with anger. "She's right, Jon. As you are now, you might as well not be here." "He needs you more than any of us," Duck added. "Leave me alone." "I failed him," Jon shouted back, frustration boiling over. "No, you did not fail him, but you are failing him now," Lemore replied, walking away. "Help him, Jon. Help him or leave, because as you are now, you're useless to us," Duck said, following Lemore out. It took Jon nearly a week to dry out, to stop the shivers and shakes that came from not drinking. During that time, Aegon was awake more often than not. Haldon had told Jon that the pain would take time to fade, much of it lingering more in Aegon's mind than from the actual burns. Once sober, Jon began to spend more time with Aegon, talking to him and doing his best to comfort him. "Why did he turn on me?" "I'm a dragon, Jon, the last true dragon." "Why did he turn on me?" Aegon asked, struggling to speak. "It's magic, Aegon. Darkest magic. I don't know where your aunt learned it, whether from the Red Priests or from Shiera herself." "How could that be, Jon?" "Shiera? Surely she's not a mummer of some sort?" Aegon said before breaking into a fit of coughs. Jon quickly grabbed a mug of water, helping him drink, though much of it spilled out through the bandages. "I don't understand it either, but those eyes, Aegon. No one else has those eyes. With the rest of her features, that woman is Shiera Seastar." "I'm sure of it," Jon said. Aegon nodded in agreement. "Can we beat their magic, Jon? Break their spell?" Aegon asked, his voice filled with hope. "We will, my king. We will," Jon assured him as Aegon lay back down on the bed. When the bandages were finally removed, the full extent of Aegon's injuries was revealed. Even Septa Lemore couldn't bear to look at him. The right side of his face had been horrifically burned, his eye was completely scarred over, his ear was gone, and his cheek was an open wound. His neck and shoulder were severely burned, making it difficult for him to turn his head, and his arm was a withered mass of flesh. Haldon had told him he would never use it again. While it was a small consolation that the burns stopped at Aegon's waist, it didn't ease the pain. Jon tried to comfort him as best he could when Aegon asked for the looking glass. He attempted to convince him not to look and held him close when he sobbed afterward. The revelation of just how severe his injuries were nearly broke Jon. Aegon needed time alone, and despite their best efforts, Jon, Lemore, Haldon, and Duck struggled to offer any comfort. "We need to make something for him, Jon, to cover that side of his face. We have to have outfits made to conceal as much of him as possible," Lemore suggested. "He is our king. I won't let him be covered up," Jon replied angrily. "He must be, Jon. We know him, and he looks like a monster to us," Duck said, his tone serious. "I love that boy, Jon, as if he were my own son. I find it difficult to look at him. How will strangers react, those we hope to bring to our side? How would you react if you didn't know it was Aegon?" Lemore pressed. Jon understood the truth in their words, yet he wished to argue against it. Ultimately, however, it would be Aegon who made the final decision. After a few days of grappling with it as best he could, Aegon would have to confront the reality of his situation. Aegon summoned him to his room and echoed the same words as Lemore and the others. Jon instructed Yandri to take the shy maid to Norvos and then send a letter to Illyrio to finally inform him of what had transpired. One thing Jon quickly noticed during the journey was that Aegon seemed far more focused on his training. He even managed to defeat Duck before they arrived, disarming him in the process. Jon hated that it had taken such a tragedy to ignite Aegon's rage and provide him with a new sense of purpose. No longer was he fixated on the fat stag and the lions, now, it was his aunt, Shiera, Sandor Clegane, and eventually the Red Priests. Jon tried to suppress a shudder as he spoke. "We should be looking west, Aegon," he suggested as they stood on the deck. "We will. Once my aunt has been dealt with, I'll turn my attention west. But before that, I want to make them all pay, Daenerys, Shiera, Sandor, and the Red Priests." "We'll make them pay, my king," Jon replied. "I'm going to burn them, Jon. I'm going to burn them all," Aegon declared as he walked away. Casterly Rock, 297 AC, Robb discovered that, like Jon, he loved being at the rock. It was so different from the north, both in the warmth of the days and in the way things were done. White Harbor, compared to Winterfell, had opened his eyes. Bravos and Pentos had shown him that the world was much larger and stranger than he had ever imagined. But it also revealed the benefits of such a world, trade and the exchange of goods that each place lacked. Ice was a luxury in the west and the east, yet in the north, it was abundant. Here, fruits, wheat, and grain, items that were scarce in the north, were plentiful. He learned from Wyman, and Jon had spoken of it too since his arrival, that one of the keys to success was identifying gaps in the market. Recognizing what you had that others did not and finding a way to exploit it was essential. Jon had done just that. The West and the North had managed to uncover some significant opportunities, and the construction of ships had led to Wyman and the North amassing considerable wealth. However, compared to the Lannisters, they still felt far behind. The scale of the Lannister gold mining operation overshadowed almost all of the North's trade. When Cregan spoke of Castamere and Jon took him to one of the Lannister mines, Robb found himself wondering if the North had any gold, silver, or resources they could exploit. "How do you find the gold, Jon?" he asked as they walked through the mine once more. "I don't," Jon joked, and Robb felt a sense of relief to see his brother smiling again. He hadn't been himself in days. Of course you don't, you lazy sod," Robb smirked back as Grey Wind and Ghost returned from one of the tunnels they had explored. "Lord Jaime employs men, surveyors and experts who know what to look for. They dig and take samples of the rock. How they know what they know is beyond me, but they can tell if there's a chance of gold or silver, and then they're put to work," Jon explained. Could some be sent north? Robb inquired. I don't know. Right now, the gold makes the Lannisters wealthy. If you were to find some in the north, it might change that, Jon replied. What if we made arrangements with them? Did a deal of sorts? We could offer them a portion of it, and in return, they could help us find it or mine it, Robb suggested. You think your father would go for it? Jon asked. I'm not sure. If I could present it to him as a possibility, perhaps, Robb said, and Jon laughed. What's so funny? Robb asked. My brother, I remember when all you cared about was getting an extra slice of one of Gage's pies, Jon teased. And I remember when you weren't a king, Jon, Robb shot back, laughing. Have you heard about the tourney? Jon asked. Are you going? We're going, brother. Lord Wyman has agreed to travel with us, Jon said, and Robb glanced to see if he was joking before playfully slapping him on the back. Back when he realized he wasn't alone, he said, Thank you, brother. Jon looked at him, confused. I know that if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have this life, Jon. I'm truly grateful for it. Jon smiled in response. I'm happy for you, brother. Now come on. While it's not quite like Gage's, we still need to move quickly. It's peach night, and Joy may not let us have any, he added with a laugh as they headed back to the rock. Jon was right. Joy was sitting with the peach pie, deciding who got a piece while both Ghost and Grey Wind looked at her forlornly as she fed Dusk. Winifred told him that her grandfather had just informed them they'd be going to the tournament, and Willa seemed the most excited of them all. Even Loras and Cregan appeared less enthusiastic than his future sister-in-law about traveling to King's Landing. The next day, while they sparred, Robb found his own excitement dimming somewhat when Cregan explained, it's to celebrate the killing of Jon's uncle, Robb, the idea of seeing his head on a pike. Cregan shuddered as he put Robb's sword back on the rack. He would do that? Robb asked, disbelief creeping into his voice. He will do that. Mother, Uncle Arthur, Loras, and Brienne have all said so. He intends to celebrate his death, that's the main point of the tournament. Robert will show off Viserys' head, and will be expected to look pleased. Even Jon. Robb's voice carried a note of anger. Even Jon, Cregan confirmed, and they turned to watch Brienne and Loras go through their paces. The next day, Jon joined them on their ride. He, along with Willa and Winifred, eagerly watched as he and Joy prepared to race. Joy had left him and Loras in the dust during their last race days earlier, both Loras and Cregan laughing at his expense. Only afterward did he find out that she and Jon were the best riders around. Who do you think will win? He asked Cregan, his voice barely a whisper. Jon, if he wants to. Winter and he are as one. Only Ghost or your own wolf could beat them, but it depends on the day. Joy wins some days, Cregan replied. He lets her win. Some days, Cregan said with a smirk. Today seemed to be one of those days, as Winifred and Willa clapped happily when Joy crossed the finish line first. Jon leaned down to whisper in Joy's ear, making her laugh. After they finished eating, Jon came over to speak to him. Take Winifred and follow Ghost. Stop where he leads you and meet us back at the rock, he whispered. Jon. Trust me, brother, Jon said as he walked away. Following his brother's instructions, he helped Winifred onto her horse. Willa smirked at them as they rode off. It was just the two of them, along with their guards and both wolves. They rode for nearly an hour until they reached a small hill where they could see Casterly Rock in the distance. Ghost looked up at him, and for a moment, Robb felt as if the wolf might drag him from his horse. Ghost only moved away once he dismounted. Helping Winifred down, he led her to where Ghost and Grey Wind were lying down, both wolves gazing toward the rock. Robb couldn't help but smile. A note would have sufficed, brother, he thought with a chuckle. Robb? Winifred asked. Jon told me to come here. He said it would be worth the visit, he replied, taking off his cloak and laying it down for Winifred to sit on. Once she settled, Robb sat beside her, and they both gazed off into the distance. Are you looking forward to the tournament? She asked. Robb shook his head. I was, but Cregan explained what it was really for, and it spoiled it for me somewhat. Still, I do want to see King's Landing and travel with Jon. Others should be fun, he said. It should. He seems different, she replied, glancing at him. Jon, does he seem different to you? I thought it was just what happened with his uncle, but I think it's more than that. I believe he's ready to take the throne, he said. Is there going to be a war? She asked nervously. I don't see any other way. Will you fight? She inquired, looking at him. He's my brother. I'll fight, he said with determination. Promise me you'll return. That you and I will have our lives together, Robb. Promise me? She urged, her eyes beginning to water. Winifred, I promise. I swear it by the old gods and the new. I won't take any unnecessary chances, and I'll return to you. Always. He leaned in and kissed her softly. They shared a tender moment, and he gently wiped her tears away before they could fall. As he wrapped his arm around her, he felt Ghost brush against him. When he looked at the wolf, he noticed its head turned towards the rock. Both he and Winifred gazed at the sunset, the light casting Casterly Rock in shades of gold. The colors shifted before their eyes, golden brown, red, bright orange, until they began to fade as the sun moved away. He turned to see Winifred holding her breath, a smile lighting up her face as she looked at him, and he kissed her again. I promise, he said silently in his mind, hoping he would be able to keep that vow. In Riverrun, in 297 AC, Catelyn watched as the ravens arrived. She examined the seals. One bore the hand of the king, while the other displayed the seven-pointed star. Nervously, she broke the seal on the letter from the High Septon first, eager to discover if he had accepted her request. Initially, she had planned to send a letter, but then she changed her mind. A personal visit from Septa Mordane might serve her better, and now she was about to find out if that decision would prove wise. Lady Catelyn. After a meeting with the most devout, we have agreed to grant your request for the dissolution of your marriage to Lord Stark. The legal documents are prepared and will need to be signed by either you or your husband to take effect. Once completed, you will both be free to wed again under the terms of the faith. I look forward to speaking with you personally in the future, my lady, to discuss the other matters you raised. His Holiness, the High Septon. Catelyn felt a surge of joy. Her plan had worked. She poured herself a glass of wine to celebrate. Soon, Ned would receive a raven, and she could have him send a confirmation to the High Septon that he accepted. Taking a sip of her wine, she opened the other scroll and began to read, feeling it was a sign from the gods. Lord Tully, His Grace invites you to the tourney of King's Landing, 297 AC, a celebration marking the end of the Targaryen line for good. We look forward to you and your party joining us for this joyous occasion. Lord Jon Arryn, Hand of the King. While she wasn't entirely sure what the raven meant by the end of the Targaryen line, and though she found the wording a bit too formal, she welcomed the opportunity to travel to King's Landing. It had been moons since she last saw Peter, and she had worried it would be much longer. Now, she had the chance to meet with him in person, to explain her plan, and to make arrangements for their wedding. She had considered various candidates, searching for someone who could add to their strength, but found them few and far between. Being a woman who was married, intimate, and had given birth posed enough challenges, most sought a maiden who was fair and true. Additionally, having been set aside and her age limited her options further. The biggest obstacle, however, was that those who could offer her what she needed were already wed. The Reach, the Vale, the West, the Stormlands, all had their own complexities. Many options were off the table. Dorne was a possibility, simply because Doran was unmarried, but she wouldn't agree to marry a cripple or live in such a place. Not even the thought of making Ned and his bastard suffer could make her demean herself in that way, which also eliminated the Iron Islands. Though on her darkest days, she did consider it, especially given their own animosity toward the north. No, it had to be Peter. He was not only the most appealing option she had, but he was also someone she could trust, and she cared for him, even if not in a romantic way. "Pearl?" she called out, and the girl came running. "Yes, milady?" "My brother, Pearl. Has he returned?" "No, milady. I believe he is set to return this evening," Pearl replied before Catelyn dismissed her. Over the next few days, she learned more about the celebration. The king had executed Viserys Targaryen. That he had done it himself didn't matter to her, he reminded her far too much of his friend in that regard. Edmure welcomed the chance to go to King's Landing as Lord Paramount, ready to be celebrated as he deserved. Catelyn, too, found herself eager to embark on the journey. "I believe the children will be there, Cat." "Sansa for certain, but perhaps Robb as well," Edmure said the night before they left. "You really think so?" she asked, her hope rising. "I do. They traveled to Highgarden, and this is a much more prestigious tourney than that. Even if he doesn't come," Edmure refusing to say Ned's name ever since the letter arrived, "I'm sure there's a good chance Robb may." "I hope so, but even if they don't, we shall enjoy ourselves, brother," she said with a smile. "Aye, that's the spirit." "We'll have fun, Cat, no matter who else is there," he replied, taking a sip of his wine. She wondered if she should share her plans with him but ultimately decided against it. It was better for her to handle them herself than to give him a chance to interfere. Despite the control she had tried to exert over him, he almost always found a way to complicate things. Catelyn had to cover for him at every opportunity, and it was exhausting. He had even slept with a servant, leaving her pregnant. Catelyn had to force the girl to drink moon tea before she could dismiss her from their service. She refused to let another illegitimate child disrupt her life more than Ned's had already done. Until she was married herself, this was all she had. Thankfully, Edmure still showed no signs of settling down, even if his behavior was increasingly problematic. Soon, she would have power of her own, and she would make them pay for what they had done to her. She closed her eyes and imagined what it would be like to lie with Peter as husband and wife. As they prepared to leave Riverrun the next day, their party was larger than most. Pearl was coming along to serve as her maid, while other Ides remained behind to act as castellan. Looking back at Riverrun, she envisioned the ceremony in her mind, one that would be better prepared and managed than the one she had experienced there years earlier. Yet, she lamented that once again, it was not the man she truly wished to marry. Doran thought of the saying, "The gods laugh when men make plans." Never had words felt truer, and he regretted not heeding them years ago. He had planned, plotted, and made agreements, but it hadn't been enough. Worse still, he had stayed out of the fight when he should have been more involved. In one hand, he held a betrothal agreement, one half of it an impossibility and the other highly unlikely. In his other hand, he clutched the reason why, a scroll from King's Landing that revealed what waiting had cost him. Prince Doran, on behalf of His Grace King Robert Baratheon, would like to invite you to the tourney of King's Landing, 297 AC. A tourney to celebrate the ending of the Targaryen line. We look forward to your attendance. Lord Jon Arryn, Hand of the King. He hadn't needed the second Raven to understand what had happened. His spies had already relayed the information before the official word came from the crown. Viserys was dead, his head resting on a pike above Traitor's Walk, and with it lay Arianne's future as a queen. That route was now closed. Once again, he faced a decision. One half of the agreement was still possible, Quentyn could rule if Arianne could not. But was it truly feasible? Arianne had disappointed him greatly upon her return from the west. She had not gotten close to Jon Snow, at least not in the way he had hoped. Instead, like Oberyn, she seemed to see the boy as kin, as family, and that was not what he wanted or would accept. It left him in a delicate position, one he knew he had to take advantage of, and he needed to do so quickly. "He is here, my prince," a voice announced. "Good. Send him in," he replied, hearing Arya behind him grip his axe as the Darkstar walked into the room. "My prince," Ser Gerald said. "Please, sit," he instructed, and the Darkstar complied. "You wished to speak to me." "I did, Ser Gerald." "You're an ambitious man, are you not?" "I am, my prince. I make no bones about it. But unfortunately, even ambition runs into obstacles. You wish to marry my daughter, and you know I won't agree to it." He watched as the Darkstar's eyes narrowed, his lips tight as he spoke. "I know," Ser Gerald said, his voice strained. "What if I changed my mind? What would you do for me if I granted you your wish, Darkstar?" He noticed Gerald's smile at the mention of his nickname. "What is it you require of me, my prince?" "Something that will come easy to a man like you, Ser Gerald. I wish you to kill a woman for me." "Any particular woman, or can I choose?" the Darkstar chuckled. "A very important one. But do this, and you and Arya will be wed. I give you my word." "Very well." "Who?" "Margaery Tyrell." He watched as the Darkstar's smile broadened. "A rose? I think I'd quite enjoy that, my prince." He waited until the man was gone, ensuring he was well out of earshot, before turning to Arya, his protector, who looked at him with doubt in his eyes. "You don't approve?" he asked. "It's not my place to approve, my prince. I follow your orders and them alone," Arya replied. "Speak your mind, old friend." Arya nodded. "You would allow him and Arya to marry?" "I am a man of my word. The marriage will happen if Ser Gerald does his job, though he won't live long enough for the bedding," he said. Arya nodded. "Then my concerns were, as always, for nothing, my prince. Yet they are welcomed all the same." With that settled, he turned his attention to the reason the lion had been brought to his domain. He hadn't said much to Tyrion during their last meeting, and he wondered why Tyrion was returning now. The fact that Tyrion had spent several weeks in Sunspear without coming to see him felt disrespectful, yet in some ways, it was a welcome relief. Doran knew of his brother's friendship with the imp, and considering Tyrion's connection with Jon Snow, he pondered if he might learn something new when the man arrived on the morrow. That night, sleep was plagued by troubling dreams, arguments he had had with his sister years ago replaying as if they were real. Like Arya, she had at times refused to fulfill her duty, to do what was best for Dorne and their house, leading to many fierce disputes. In the end, he had gotten his way, sitting back to wait for the next part of his plan. Aegon would marry Arya, and he would see his blood on the throne. Just as with Viserys, the gods had laughed at him then as well. My prince," Arya said, waking him from a terrible dream. In it, he was in the Red Keep, and Elia was calling for him. Even though he could walk, he never went to her. "What is it?" he asked, shaking the remnants of the dream from his mind. "It's almost noon, my prince. Prince Oberyn and Lord Tyrion have arrived." Arya said, "Send in my servants, I need to dress." He complied without hesitation. As Doran broke his fast, he was wheeled into the sunroom where Oberyn and Tyrion awaited him. His brother picked at his food, while Tyrion barely touched his meal. Doran, however, found himself unusually hungry, devouring more than he typically would, which did not go unnoticed by Oberyn. "Hungry, brother?" Oberyn joked. "I slept late and missed breakfast." "I suppose I'm eating 2 meals to your one," Doran replied. "It's good to see you hungry, brother," Oberyn said, and Doran nodded, recalling days before they had dismissed Keylot when he had struggled to find any appetite at all. "Lord Tyrion, what brings you to Dorne?" Doran asked, more direct than usual, a change that Oberyn seemed to notice. I come on a matter of great import, my prince, one that concerns me and, I hope, you as well, Tyrion responded. Is this regarding my nephew? Doran inquired, glancing at Oberyn, who nodded. In a way, my prince, but mainly your daughter. How so? Doran asked, intrigued. I wish to ask for her hand, my prince. I come with an offer of betrothal, Tyrion said. Of all the things he could have heard, this was not one he expected. Doran let out a laugh, but he quickly stopped when he caught the anger on Oberyn's face. Forgive me, my lord, but many men have sought my daughter's hand, and she would likely turn down most of them. I believe you would be no exception. Not so, brother, Oberyn replied, handing him a letter. Doran opened it and began to read, stunned by Arianne's words. Father, I write to you with hope in my heart, hope that you will grant me what I wish for more than anything in this world. Tyrion is a good man, and he makes me far happier than I ever. I dreamed I could be with someone smart, funny, loyal, and kind. He loves me, father, just as I love him. As lord of a great house, with the power of the West behind him, he offers far more as a consort than any other lord in the realm. The fact that Oberyn respects him and Illyria thinks him worthy shows just how good a choice he is. Our union will bring us and the West closer, father. It will strengthen Dorne. Not only will I gain a husband I already love, but I will also have a man I can rely on for advice and comfort when needed. I ask you this not as a princess of Dorne, but as your daughter. Please, father, allow me to be happy. Allow me to be with the man I love. Your loving daughter, Arianne. My daughter speaks most highly of you, Lord Tyrion, yet I cannot agree to this match. Doran? Oberyn said angrily. No, brother. On this, I must be firm, he replied, then turned to Tyrion. Surely you understand, Lord Tyrion. Tyrion looked down before meeting Doran's gaze again, his expression carefully controlled. I do not. Perhaps you can enlighten me, my prince. Is it that I'm a dwarf? His teeth ground together as he spoke. No, my daughter sees no problem with that. If you were any other dwarf, perhaps, but that's not it, Doran said. Then may I ask what it is? Tyrion dropped Doran's title, and the prince noticed immediately. Your father, Lord Tyrion. Your father ordered the killing of my sister and her children. Though he is dead and the men responsible have paid the price, you remain his son. Dorne will not stand for the son of Tywin Lannister marrying our princess, and neither will I. Doran observed Tyrion smirk at him, bracing himself for jokes about being in a wheeled chair, but none came. And that's your only objection, my prince? Who my father is? Tyrion turned to Oberyn, who nodded for some reason. It is, he replied, noticing the smiles on both his brothers and the lord's faces. Then perhaps it's time you learned a truth long hidden, Prince Doran, Tyrion continued. In Essos, 297 AC, Dany and her companions traveled further north. With each passing mile, Missy and even the Unsullied seemed to relax. Although the soldiers rarely showed their emotions through expressions or posture, Shiera had helped her discern the subtle changes over time. They appeared more at ease, slowly beginning to understand that they, like Missy, were truly free. Dany had started to bond with Jiki and Irri, even though both women sometimes seemed strange to her. Thanks to Missy's support, she had picked up some of their language, and the initial awkwardness was fading day by day. They were camping by the Sarn, where Sandor was teaching 3 Unsullied how to fish. To his surprise, they were quickly outdoing him. Elegant and Regal soared far ahead, hunting larger prey as their appetites grew alongside their sizes. The dream still visited her, though not every night. During the day, as they traveled, Dany felt increasingly confident that she was heading in the right direction, that she would soon find Sandorix. This conviction inspired her to start planning for what would happen once she found him. In fact, she and Shiera had discussed their plans in detail. Dany was now certain that Sandorix was free from the mummer who had been pretending to be her nephew. While part of her longed to find the boy who had stolen him, another part thought of her true nephew. With Sandorix back, she felt that the only thing holding her back would be waiting for the dragons to grow large enough to fly. Once they were ready, it would be time to head west and help her nephew reclaim their family's throne. Dany pondered the future of her nephew, torn between the possibility of him being unworthy of the throne and her hope that he would be deserving. She recalled the vision she had in Volantis, standing by his side. "Are you not hungry, Dany?" Missy asked later that night, glancing at the untouched plate of fish resting on Dany's lap. "What? Oh, sorry, I was lost in thought." "But no, do you want it?" Dany replied. Missy shook her head but took the plate from her, confident that Sandor would gladly eat another portion. "How far are we from Qohor?" Dany asked Shiera as Missy carried the plate away. "Half a moon, maybe more," Shiera answered. "Do you feel them too?" "I do. I think they're near the city but not quite there, flying over the forests, eating and resting," Dany said. "I believe so as well. Regal seems content, fully fed, and happy to stretch his wings," Shiera added with a small smile. "Is it really for the best to let them fly so far from us?" Dany questioned, the familiar worry creeping in whenever she missed her dragons. "I think it helps them grow. We move too slowly for them. They can be back with us in a day or so. They cover the same ground in minutes that takes us hours. Here, there isn't enough large game for them, so I believe it's for the best," Shiera explained. "I miss them," Dany said softly. "I know, I do too. When we fly with them, they'll want to stay even closer," Shiera replied, looking at her. "They will?" Dany asked, intrigued. "I believe so. Once bonded, dragons won't wish to be parted from their riders." That night, Dany slept well, and the next morning she broke her fast with fish, grateful that Sandor and the Unsullied had caught far more than she had expected. Within a couple of hours of waking, they were riding north, with Sandor beside her and Missy sitting in front on the silver mare. Dany had given Missy some lessons on riding, but they both preferred it this way. "Why didn't you eat last night?" Missy asked. Sandor asked, "Aren't you hungry?" "I wasn't hungry," she replied simply. "You feel unwell?" he inquired, looking at her closely. "No, I just wasn't hungry," she said with a soft smile, then glanced at him as he nodded in understanding. They had been riding for a few hours when, without warning, Sandor took off, galloping ahead of her. Dany looked to Shiera, who seemed just as confused as she was about his sudden burst of speed. He quickly rode back, shouting to Grey Worm to turn and head for the rocks to the west, urging him to ride hard. Once Grey Worm had turned the carts around, Sandor rode back to her and Shiera. "You see those rocks over there?" he shouted. "Ride for them now. Go as fast as you can. Take those 3 with you and the girls." "Sandor," she called out, unsure. "Get your bows ready when you get there," he yelled, and she nodded, ready to follow his orders. They rode quickly, the silver stallion carrying her and Missy as if they were a single rider, never faltering in its run. Soon, she found herself leading the way alongside Shiera, with Irri, Jiki, and the 3 Unsullied behind her, the rocks coming into clearer view. As they entered the rocky area, Dany noted that while the rocks weren't very large, they would provide sufficient cover if needed. Given how Sandor and the others were racing towards her, she sensed it would be necessary. "Sandor, what is it?" she asked as he directed the Unsullied to tie the horses behind them and grab supplies from the carts. "Men, lots of them, and they're riding hard," Sandor replied. "Dothraki?" she wondered, glancing at Jiki and Irri. Their expressions confirmed her fears, echoing Sandor's warning. "No, these are different. I'd say Sellswords," he said, directing the Unsullied where to set up. "Maybe they're nothing to do with us," Shiera suggested. "You think we're that lucky?" Sandor growled. These men mean us harm. Trust me. What should we do? Dany asked, her voice steady despite the tension. Set up in cover, get your bow ready, and call the dragons back, Sandor replied, his tone urgent. She nodded and quickly moved to follow his instructions. Grey Worm organized their men. 6 of them had been learning to use bows, primarily for hunting, but Dany knew Sandor wanted them prepared for any situation. It was clear they needed that training now. While they might not be as skilled as seasoned archers, they always gave their all, and she believed they could take down a few men. Hiding among the rocks wasn't their strong suit, nor was splitting up to break a shield wall, but if Sandor had chosen this position, even the Unsullied wouldn't question him. When Dany finally saw the size of the approaching group, she understood Sandor's decision. They were vastly outnumbered, hundreds of men were closing in. She closed her eyes, reaching out in her mind for Elegant and Regal, hoping they could sense her urgency and would come soon. Make ready, Sandor shouted. Dany knocked an arrow and held it taut, but the men stopped just out of range. 3 of them broke off from the main group and rode toward them, a parley, she heard Grey Worm say. As they drew closer, Dany noticed they were Essos. The man in front, with blue hair and a beard, marked him as Tyroshi. The other 2 were less colorful, but all 3 were well armed, the blue-haired Tyroshi sporting a Dothraki rack at his hip. You can come out, we mean you no harm, the blue-haired man said, a grin spreading across his face. We're fine where we are, Sandor shouted back defiantly. We only want the girl, the rest of you can go in peace, one of the other men said. Fuck off, Sandor replied, his voice dripping with disdain. We have you outnumbered, boxed in. You'll all die here, and we'll take her anyway, the third man threatened. Over my dead body, and a whole lot of your men, Sandor retorted, his resolve unshaken. Or you could just come out and fight me. Beat me, and we'll let you go, the blue-haired man said, but Dany noticed the wink he exchanged with the others. Who the hell are you? Sandor demanded. Dario Naharis, perhaps you've heard of me? The blue-haired man replied with a grin. No, I'd remember the name of a stupid fool like you if I'd heard it, Sandor shot back. Dany watched as Dario grimaced and attempted to move his horse forward, only to be held back by one of his companions. So, you won't take me up on my offer? Dario asked, taking a moment to calm himself. I'll make you a counter-offer, you and your men can go screw yourselves, Sandor retorted, and she heard the laughter from the 3 men. I'll keep you for last. You can watch as we take the girl one by one. I've never been with a princess before, Dario taunted. Just then, an arrow flew true, and if it hadn't been for the armor on his chest, he would have been dead. The 3 men quickly fled back to their group. Dany felt Sandor's footsteps behind her and turned to see him sporting a small grin. Next time, aim for the horse, he said, and she smirked as she knocked another arrow. They observed as the enemy split into 4 groups, moving to encircle them. For the first time in years, Dany felt genuine fear. Ever since she had been with Sandor, she had felt almost invulnerable. The scared little girl she used to be was long gone, and she hadn't missed her at all. But now, she was scared, not for herself, but for those with her, Missy, Grey Worm, the Unsullied, Jiki, Irri, Shiera, and Sandor. She realized they might not survive this attack. The odds were stacked too high against them. Dany felt a heavy weight of responsibility for everyone around her. She had rescued Missy for what? Freed the Unsullied for what? Shiera had joined her because they were kin, and Sandor was there to protect her. But if she wasn't there, then what would happen to them? Maybe I should go to them, let them take me? Dany suggested softly. Missy and Shiera, standing closest to her, both shook their heads. Men like them wouldn't let us live, Dany, Shiera said firmly. I don't want you to go, Dany, Missy added gently, her courage shining through despite her small frame. The dragons? Sandor asked. Dany shook her head, watching as he knelt down, leaning in close to her and Missy. Shiera moved closer to them. When you get the chance, take the horses and ride fast, ride south, back to those woods we passed. You ride for your lives, he instructed, reaching over to ruffle her hair. You hear me, you fuzzy little fighter? I hear you, she replied, noticing the smile on his face as he moved to the nearest rock and knelt down. Soon, his sword was drawn, his eyes closed, and his lips moving in silent prayer. The sound of hoofbeats thundered as the horses charged. Dany raised her bow, ready to fire. Looking behind her, she saw Grey Worm gripping his spear. To her left, Sandor had drawn his great sword. Shiera held her daggers, while Missy clutched a small knife. Dust swirled around them as enemies approached from all sides. Dany closed her eyes, taking a deep breath to steady herself before opening them, prepared to shoot. The flames erupted before the roar reached her ears, engulfing those in front of them as the dragon soared overhead, roaring fiercely. The group to her left became engulfed next, the roars growing louder as the dragon continued its assault on the others, those to her right and behind quickly changing direction to escape. The dragon chose not to pursue, instead circling back toward the rocks and roaring once more before landing. Dany rushed to him, her heart swelling with gratitude. Her son had come to her when she needed him most. She looked into his eyes, her own filled with tears, and leaned her head against his. Sandorix, she murmured softly, stroking his head as he trilled in response. He gazed at her.